presents Ultimate Endurance Challenge.
Welcome back and good morning from, early in sim. It's actually just past, a few hours past midnight virtual time. It's the WorldSimSeries 24 hours of Daytona and the final stretch of the race. 5 hours, 20 minutes to go in this one. And, well, where we left you off last night, it's all change at the top. It's International Racing Team who now lead the race. And they've already completed an extra long stop compared to Sean Clark Racing and Dream to Drive, so about 2 laps in front of those two. Dream to Drive, a horrible night. They had a lead of about a minute, maybe a bit less. They were close with the International Racing Team. Lost 2 laps here, so a terrible night. And, destroyed their race. Nordoaker leads in LMP2 Pro-Am, ahead of the G29 team, and Bravos Motorsport sit 3rd. That's the highest running Ligier. Shizuoka Racing sit in 4th, and a pretty, a close 4th with Custom GTAC. That's the highest running Orica in the field. GT3, well, that's led by NDK Tax Evaders. They've completed 2 more long stops than International Racing Team number 2. And they lead both GT3 overall and GT3 Pro-Am. Second, our International Racing Team number 2. And that's the lead in GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro-Am P2 is AOR Racing Team. And GT3 by OBS Monatori sit in 3rd. GT3 Am led by SRC. GT3 Pro, then P2, Darren's Sim Racer. Then come GT3 Am's Hypernova Racing and Velociraptor, 2nd and 3rd in class. And 3rd in GT3 Pro is the IRT number 2 car. Those are your results, and it's been nighttime for a while. Fastest lap of the race still held by Sean Clark Racing. It was set quite early on when we were still live yesterday. 1:35.205. Neyrula holds the fastest lap for now, and they're actually quite close with Dream to Drive on the circuit. And good morning to Lorinas as well.
Morning, Gustas. Hope you had a calm night. Wouldn't say about some of the teams here racing on the virtual Daytona racetrack. Still 5 hours to go, but it looks like we are already able to see who's where and what everyone's doing. We still have a little fight for P2 in the LMP2 Pro class by the looks of it. Of course, you never know what can happen. But the cards have shuffled here in the fastest split. It has shuffled in most of the splits. Looks like IRT are performing again, not only in the LMP2 class, also in the GT3 class, because, the second team has IRT second team have also kind of go back into the top, but though of course they have 2 long pit stops less than the drivers around, so maybe they are not back on into the top places. But still IRT are kind of doing okay, and most of the other teams have fallen backwards, like this Porsche. They are now P4. Would love to hear the stories of what happened, but for the examples of the Dream to Drive team, what I've heard, it was just that all the drivers that were driving the car had small issues, like some spins or a couple of drive-through penalties. And looks like that set them 2 laps apart from the IRT leading team. Wonder what happened to GT3. They were, they were leading, or at least trying to battle for the lead with NDK Tax Evaders team. They are now almost 2 laps down, 1.5 lap down from the lead, and they are actually down into P3 in the
You
GT3
remember,
Pro Am.
NDK were quicker anyway throughout the race, so I'm not really surprised. I'm surprised that AOR have managed to find themselves at the top. And looks like that's going to be the battle for the rest of the race. GT3 have completed a long stop not too long ago. So they're on a similar, well, at least for now, on the same strategy as the leader and the car in P2 in their class. So that's the Pro-Am battle. IRT number 2 are going to drop off that chance for the lead, that's for sure. And this Porsche, highest running Porsche as well. The other one, that was also another team, that was Assetto Racing by OBS Monatre. They have been disqualified. They didn't serve a penalty at some point overnight, and that destroyed their race. That's an automatic disqualification from the system. They had a speeding in the pit lane penalty that was about 3 hours ago, and that came out to be a well, they had a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane, so high speed in the pit lane, and then yep, they did not take that penalty and got disqualified. Actually, I think they were serving another penalty because they had a stop and go 10-second 3 hours ago, then came the 30-second for speeding, and I think that's when they got disqualified. So we talked about scenarios like that where a team serving a penalty gets disqualified for, well, gets another penalty, and well, that has happened here. NDK Tax Evaders in the Nissan, a unique car as well.
And doing pretty good in this race.
Doing well, and highest running Nissan by far. Again, the Audi, the car of choice for many, but there's only one Audi in the top 3. It's Nissan, Lexus, Audi, Porsche, and it would be, if we look at all the long stops, Nissan, Audi, Porsche at the top. And it's a whole different story in LMP2, where the Dallara is the favorite. Again, a unique car. You don't often see that in real life racing. You don't see it anymore at all. And liveried in the Cetlar Villorba Corsa livery. That's one of the teams that ran this car. And they've now switched over to the Oreca. Yep, Dream to Drive's unlucky run at Daytona continues. You might say you make your own luck at this race, and well, overnight they really lost out quite a bit. It is dark. It's going to be dark all the way to the finish. We'll have a little bit of a light checkered flag. Luckily, no fog out on track. That's an important thing.
Yeah, and the darkness will not go away till the finish line. Jean-Claude Racing is heading out into the pit lane. We'll figure it out if it's a long stop. They already have 11 long stops. No, they have 10 long stops, so 1 long stop less than the IRT team has. So even though
This is
they
gonna
are
be a short stop.
that's Neirola behind the wheel, and that's going to be a short stop. And Dream to Drive have also entered the pit lane, so identical strategy, which, well, about 20 to 30 seconds separate these two cars on the racetrack. They are on the same lap, and this is a battle for P2, so one team, well, I'd say the team that is chasing down Sean Clark Racing would like to have a slightly different strategy, maybe a better one to help them in the latter stages if they need to attack. That's Kniva behind the wheel, the fastest driver of the team so far. 35.5 the fastest lap time for Kniva. That's also a short stop, and these cars are back on the racetrack. Plus 1 lap, minus 1 long pit stop in comparison to the IRT car. This is a huge difference. And speaking about fog, is that fog coming back down onto the racetrack?
I don't know if it's fog or if it's just this dark out on track.
Well, I'd say something is dropping down on the track. It's a different fog than what we had in the morning, but it is. Look.
Oh, yep, it's back. So this is using real-time weather, but I think looking at what weather is down in Florida at the moment, I think just seeing that it's very high humidity, as is normal there, and I think that's why it's thinking of putting fog down on the track. Fog coming back, it's more difficult for when they have to approach traffic, or traffic is approaching them, more and more difficult to see who is actually approaching you.
And that's how it will go on for the next 5 hours, I assume. It's not gonna get bright anymore. It's still 2 a.m. on the virtual racetrack. That means these are the conditions that are going to stay here. Maybe even get a little bit worse, but it's very similar to what we had for the start of the race. And these are not the most ideal conditions for the drivers to be on the racetrack. One thing has changed for sure. We don't have 45 cars on the grid anymore. There are 33 left for this moment, so that means minus 12 cars, minus 12 overtakes, extra overtakes. That helps the grid a little bit, and it's spread out just a tiny bit, so it's just a little bit easier. But for the teams that are battling for positions, sometimes it might help, and sometimes it might come as a helping hand, and for the others, well, you can get yourself in trouble. 17 seconds separate Sean Clark Racing and Dream to Drive. That means this battle is definitely on. Neirola is also the fastest driver in the car so far for Sean Clark Racing, so 2 fastest drivers at the moment, trying to figure out who is the better one out of the 2, and try to split the second podium step. Wow, Shizokoro already 4 laps down and driving without headlights. Maybe this is just the graphics that we see on our screens. I've seen a couple of notifications from race direction for car number 6 to turn the headlights on, but well, with Assetto Corsa you cannot always be 100% sure that what you see is what you get. it is possible that the team has those headlights on, and the rules indicate you need to use, it's mandatory to use the headlights. If you don't use them, you risk to get a disqualification. So hopefully that's only what we get on our screens of a car driving in a foggy night without headlights or tail lights. But
it would be dangerous to others if you have somebody without any headlights. It becomes very, very dangerous because you don't see them approaching.
This is the car in front of, we don't see a lot of mirrors here on this car, but for sure we couldn't see the car behind. Let's drive on board with Customs GT car, and well, you can see that screen on the right side which films the scenery on the racetrack, and there is a car. You can see the black Shizuku car, but it's so difficult to see it that it's definitely making it a little bit more dangerous.
Yep, especially that the car is completely black.
Yes.
That doesn't help either. When it's a neon car or some kind of bright color, it's a little bit easier to see. There's still artificial light here at Daytona.
Oh, that's 6 racing team who have spun. The blue, when you see a blue LMP2, you suddenly think that might be the Jean-Claude Racing car, but it was a much darker blue car. But when you see it in a flash moment, you get some thoughts. I wonder, maybe they have a problem, maybe they have something done wrong with the livery, which broken down the headlights, the lights on the car. You can have a neon light under the car. Maybe you can do a livery that has no lights whatsoever.
That would be a bad situation, and a difficult situation for everybody else. Yep, it's definitely very, very hard to see this car approaching. I have an answer from race control maybe as well to what exactly is happening. Control is saying that they do actually have lights on. But something wrong with the connection, so it's only us that are not seeing those headlights. They are actually on. The comparison, Jean-Claude Racing versus Dream to Drive. Lost time in the pit stop, did Jean-Claude Racing. Lost time on lap 665 as well. Means good pace now from Dream to Drive in the 36s. So real big change in terms of no big changes in terms of the pace of the cars, even though we expected the pace to go up when the lights went out and it got dark and it got colder. Strange to see. Drive. They still got a chance at a P2 here. It's going to be the big battle with Jean-Claude Racing, who've lost time on another lap as Dream to Drive into the 35s.
The game is on. Well, it's a battle. It's definitely a battle by the looks of it. And at least we have some sort of a battle on the racetrack in the LMP2 class. A couple of LMP2s are also quite close to each other, but that's a Pro versus Pro-Am car, so wouldn't call it a real battle. The GT3 class, well, basically everything is also kind of clear now. 15 GT3 cars remain on the racetrack. GT3 up into P3 overall, still second in the Pro-Am. And I would say they are P2 overall due to the lack of 2 long stops for the IRT number 2 car. And by the way, speaking about, about saving the long stops to the end of the race. Now, what about this? They still have 5 long stops to their account, and it's less than 5 hours to go. Well, 5 hours to go. That means they only have 4 stops remaining, because a GT3 car can do 1 hour without a stop. So this is also an issue already for the IRT number 2 car. They will need to do an extra stop, which will be 3 minutes. So that's what I was speaking about yesterday, to not carry over too many long stops till the end of the race. Maybe they had issues. I think we might have had situations where long stops were not detected, in the situations where the drivers did not change but just held in the pit lane for 3 minutes. Not sure if that's a true case, but I think we've had some sort of an issue like that. So maybe they have also some issue here with the long stop, because, well, 5 stops, that's already too much for this car with only 5 hours to go.
So IRT will get returned 1 long pit stop. They it didn't count for some reason, even though it was made correctly.
Yep, so -1. So that's the team that I was assuming had that issue with the long stop. So all good. But they are still, so okay, 1 pit stop will be returned. They still have 4 long pit stops to go, and the other teams have 3 of those. So that means IRT number 2 are still kind of behind these 2 Pro-Am cars, as NDK Taxivators are already on the 12th long stop in the pits. Farias was behind the wheel, and I assume there's gonna be a driver's change. They are back in the pits and will remain stationary for about 2 minutes, a little bit less. They will lose now the first place to IRT. Will they lose the place for GT3? They are still 1 lap behind. Oh, drive-through for from race direction, GT3. Okay, what was this penalty for? They have 32 incident points. I know that you can get a drive-through for exceeding 30 incident points. And just a server penalty, doesn't say for what. Minatos behind the wheel now. Penalty from race control. And actually they had 4 drive-throughs before this one. This is already the 5th drive-through penalty for the team. So that's definitely not for the incident points, because, well, you cannot get 5 drive-through penalties for 32 incident points. And there goes the drive-through. Oh, and stop and go 30 seconds for speeding. That's wow. With 5 hours to go, but things just start pouring out from the sky for this Porsche, which was leading the GT3 overall class for some time. And I'm not sure where this will put the team in the standings, because drive-through plus 30 seconds stop and go penalty, which they should serve, as they will go around the pit lane next time.
Yeah, but that's gonna really derail their situation here. That's what we talked about. You've got to be careful when you're serving a penalty to not get more penalties, and well, they've done exactly that. And now this situation, well, it looked decent for them. It looked like they had still a pretty good shot at AOR Racing Team. It's just gonna become more difficult here. They're gonna have to find some pace towards the end of this race if they want to change the situation.
Looks like they have, or at least they had the pace. Iconics stop and go 30 seconds penalty, so penalties are pouring down. Sometimes they come in batches. I'm not sure why, but if you see one penalty, there is a high chance that you'll see another penalty for another team. So is it gonna be the yep, it is gonna be the stop and go. So just don't get a third one. Stopping down now quite early.
Yeah, that's the smart thing to do here. It's better to then really stop early, slow down.
That's a long stop. That's oh, okay, this is a penalty. I think this is a penalty box. I thought you do. Oh, you cannot. I think you cannot do the penalty in your box, because then the team would start working. So you have to have another spot to stop the car stationary and serve the penalty. Right. That's why they are not in their pit box. We go 30 seconds stationary. Can they do a long pit stop now, or do they have to serve the penalty?
No, you cannot serve a penalty and do service at the same time, so stop and go taken. Now the recovery starts.
Oh,
They have
yes,
a
60
very
seconds.
long road, a very, very long road ahead of them. They want to have any chance of that P2 spot. I think P1 is probably out of the question here. Still have a chance at a podium position in GT3 M. Both class leads are pretty much settled. And they just need to run without mistakes now to the end. 4 hours and 51 minutes still on the clock. Still opportunities to make a mistake, but gaps like that, they are a little bit more calm at the front, I think. Especially for NDK. Well, actually both of them hold a lead of over a lap. Actually, well, International Racing Team hold an even bigger lead because they've they're ahead even after that extra long stop. NDK are ahead of their class rivals. They're not ahead of IRT, who also owe a long stop. They owe 2 actually compared to Taxivators, so very similar situation for all of them. Approaching traffic behind the AOR car, which doesn't let it go into turn 1. So the traffic will have to wait a little bit longer until they can get past, but that just makes it a little bit better for the GT3 car, but the traffic's going to be slow to make the move. Gets past, but wasn't perfect. Car, well, a strong lineup in that one, but not enough to catch up to the NDK team. They've been quick enough throughout this whole race to do that. Team remember being quick were the Velociraptor team. They sit 3rd in GT3M. And we've lost quite a few cars overnight. We have 33 still running. Everybody else has retired. Latvian Lightning locomotives were the last car we lost. And their sister team, the Latvian Junior locomotives, still run, but they run in last position overall. Of the still running cars, 4 disqualifications in total. I do believe all of them were for not taking the penalty. No, actually 1 car was disqualified for 8 warnings. But that was 47 racing. Everybody else that has been disqualified for not completing their penalties in 3 laps time.
IRT served another pit stop, which was a short one. That brings everyone, all 3 LMP2s in 1 lap. Just, it's not exactly true due to the long stop rule. And that leaves IRT way ahead of the competition.
They've run a clean-ish race. They obviously had an issue early on. Remember that one. They dropped some time to Dream to Drive, but have been great ever since and have pushed themselves up into the lead. Tom Clark Racing obviously had an issue early on as well. But that they have not fully recovered from. Remember, that's the pole-sitting car. Which had an issue quite early on in the race, and then kept having more and more issues, and didn't really have the pace to be in front.
Well, yeah, of course they do, but I think all the 3 cars can lead the race, and all 3 cars, all 3 LMP2 leading teams have a very similar pace. Sometimes it varies due to the different drivers driving the car, but I'd say any car could be out in the lead. But you have to have, well, you have to avoid issues, which is a big part of racing. Small mistakes, those lockups, then the spins, and of course the drive-throughs for speeding in the pit lane, which I think compromised the Dream to Drive car quite badly. I'm not sure where exactly Sean Clark Racing lost that much time. It happened yesterday. They had a contact, I believe, or a crash. They had to do a couple of extra stops, and I think that was about it. We didn't see a lot of incidents or a lot of mistakes for this car. We've seen a spin, and and the gap grows to 2 laps in situations like these. IRT back to speed again. So Nani, I'd say Nani is one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. His fastest lap time is 1 minute 35.3. Fastest lap time of Nerola is 1 minute 35.2. But we should be looking at the average pace of the stint of the drivers. As Gustav said, that would give us a more a slightly better insight of what the drivers are actually capable of. Drive-through for speeding for no-doker racing, so that's penalty when serving a penalty. Yet another one, because no-doker had a penalty for cutting. I think I don't know, maybe they entered the pit lane wrong. I'm not sure where the line on the entry into the pit lane was crossed, I believe, for the first time. They received a penalty for that.
Yep, that's another easy thing to do, and here at Daytona that line is not as easy to identify as other circuits. It's a very unique pit entry. You're coming in at such a high speed, and it's the run down from the high bank, so you're coming off the banking and going into a pit lane where it's quite hard to see where the speed limit line is. It's quite hard to see where the line that you can't cross is as well. So one of the more difficult pit lanes for sure. Also something that becomes even more difficult if it does rain as well. A unique track, this at Daytona. But one that is legendary, and the 24 hours always puts on a show. And here on World Sim Series, I think probably the most popular event of the year. Normally is.
We have a couple of divisions. We have 3 divisions in total. Second division currently being led by Vico Racing, Azikev behind the wheel, Taiga Motorsport Racing Team second, and Team EXA2 are third. First place being an M car, second place being a GT3 Pro car, third place being a GT3 Pro M class. So again, Division 2 has a car which is an M car but is leading the race. We do have a similar situation. In the first division, we had an M car leading the field of the GT3 cars at the beginning of this race by quite a margin. And Division 3 is led by Team PHRL. Second are Tornado E Motorsports, and third are Pleh Riders. Mordoker drive-through for speeding. Wow. They love the penalties, don't they?
I think also the fog isn't helping the drivers. They're probably finding it more and more difficult to see that speed limit line and keep getting those penalties.
Zagoraj behind the wheel. And they are second in the Pro-Am class. SGS are third in the Pro-Ams. And Multi gained a bit of time here in the last 4 laps on the Nord Oker team. Put them 13 seconds apart. What about the long stops? They are on the same strategy regarding the long stops. So that's gonna be a battle for a podium place in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. Bravos Motorsport, they are also in the game, 29 seconds behind SGS. Braga behind the wheel, all 3 cars on same long stop strategy. So there is life in the LMP2 Pro-Am class.
Pro-Am has been more random so far.
Yeah.
We've had more lead changes there, and sometimes they've also come about. We kind of didn't really understand why the lead was changing.
Nord Oker, another drive-through taken, but I don't get it. The system sent a message that the drive-through was taken, but they were not in the pit lane. Did you see the message? Maybe this is not for this car. Do we have a couple of Nord Oker cars? We have a GT3 Nord Oker.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have a GT car as well.
So I think that's what we are looking at, because this car stays on track. Maybe it was in the pit lane, maybe they did receive a penalty, but well, it's Nord Oker Racing GT Endurance and Nord Oker Racing Endurance team. So one can easily mismatch the names of these teams.
I think I'm going to guess, because that drive-through was given to... Actually, they both received a drive-through very recently. 9 minutes ago for the LMP2 car and about 6 minutes ago for the GT car. So they've both received penalties. Both drive-through penalties. So, and both of them have been served as well.
That's why we've seen so many Nord Oker penalties coming in to the pit lane. 6 Racing team, drive-through for cutting. Penalty fiesta on the racetrack as Domantas Kniva of the Dream to Drive team has went into the pit lane, and that is going to be a short stop in about 10 seconds. He should get moving back onto the racetrack, trying to battle it for P2 in the LMP2 Pro class. That's how it goes. Drive-through taken for 6 Motorsports, for 6 Racing team.
Definitely more mistakes here. in the morning. Drivers, teams getting tired. Nighttime makes it more difficult to see as well. And a lot of them are pit lane related, so definitely that's an effect of the nighttime.
Jean-Claude Racing should be heading into the pit lane. They had that last stop synced with the Dream to Drive car.
But Jean-Claude Racing normally run longer. That's why. It's them running a lap longer. Let's see how much longer they'll run this time. But again, this is more advantage to Sean Clark Racing here. They still don't pit, so they're gonna go 2 longer, which is impressive, considering the pace that they're able to keep up. And running 2 hours longer than 2 laps longer than Dream to Drive stint. That's gonna be almost half a stint, maybe more, when they get to the end of the race. And if that's gonna be the case, it could actually turn over on the hour. That makes life for Dream to Drive more and more difficult. They've had this issue all the way from the start. They just couldn't extend their stints like Sean Clark Racing has been able to. That issue clearly continues on for them.
Maybe that was a strategy change. Let's see if Sean Clark Racing enters the pit lane now. 60 seconds gap, is that enough for Sean Clark Racing?
Something's not exactly right.
Wow, Justinerola 35.3. And heading into the pit lane. Wow, it was 682nd lap, was very fast from Justinerola.
The car's low on fuel, so it makes sense that the speed goes up.
Long stop, this is gonna be a long stop. It's gonna be 11th long stop for Sean Clark Racing.
It's normal, they have to start doing those. It's definitely time to start doing those long stops, start rattling them off. Don't want to get stuck at the very, very end with a long stop not completed.
On board with Dream to Drive, a car that was leading the race for quite some time and is now down to P3, battling for P2. Really difficult to see them winning this race without issues. Locked up, I think Kniva just locked up, or maybe that was Fok in the rear view camera. Maybe not. I don't think you can see the fog in the rear view camera, but I definitely saw some smoke or a cloud in that camera into the braking zone. And these are the first stint laps for Kniva after the pit stop. I assume that's his last stint of today and maybe of this race, but it's only my assumptions. He completed 171 laps, Mendelis completed 180 laps, Tunila has 148 laps to his account, 119 for Radeikis and 66 for Butvila.
So Butvila running just a couple of laps.
Well, 3 stints, 66 laps, that's 3 stints in total.
But he was slower by quite a lot to the rest of his team. Fastest lap time 136.9. Has a 35.2. Jadek is the only other one out of the 35s, 36.0. Mendelis 35.9 and 35.7 for Todas Tunila. Green to Drive now move in front on the timing page as well. But they still owe us that extra long stop.
Nani 35.6, Kniva 36.6, 1 second difference in lap time.
Yeah, they've clearly found something here. They started getting that speed late last night and have been very, very impressive so far.
These are the fastest laps of the teams. Look at Kniva, he did a 135.2, almost identical lap time to the fastest of Jussi Neirola, just 0.04 of a second difference. Kniva definitely knows how to be fast around the Daytona racetrack. And, well, I'm pretty sure the team is happy when Kniva is behind the wheel of this car.
It's interesting, International Racing Team has the worst fastest lap out of all of the top 3. But while for the others, those fastest laps are super duper rare, for the International Racing Team, we've seen 35s from them way more often than anybody else out on track. That's the big differentiator. Maybe these cars a little bit more on edge to drive. You can get that fast lap done, but to get those fast laps done consistently, it looks to be a bit more difficult. Teams are finding here. I'm just interested where that kind of pace change came about from. Because that car, it was doing decently well. And then it properly started to regain so much more time. A couple of hours in.
Nani driving the leading car here on the field, enjoying the ride. They are the overall leaders, had some issues. We're second, we're third. Then from one moment during the night, they took the lead and are not looking back. Let's head over back to the GT3 field. Griquet 84 seconds behind AOR team after those penalties. Pace is very similar. Well, maybe sometimes it is influenced by traffic or some small mistakes of the drivers, but you could say that it's it's there, and no one is gaining and no one is running away, except in those situations where time is lost on pure pace. I think it's very, very similar, except for that last lap, 1.5 seconds slower for Griquet. And yeah, those penalties, the drive-through and the 30-second stop and go, that definitely compromised the situation of Griquet, and I think they would be in front if not those penalties. Yep, it's 40 seconds gap, if that's correct. That means they would have definitely been at least much closer to AOR, or maybe even in front. NDK Taxivators, they are currently second, but they are actually first. They have the most long pit stops completed, 12 out of 14. So even though they are 1 lap behind International Racing Team, they have the advantage of the long stops, which is 6 minutes in total. Ferreira behind the wheel. This is a team from Brazil. All the drivers for NDK Taxivators are from Brazil. Lompa, Farias and Ferreira doing a very nice job with a car that is manufactured in Japan.
Up in one of those unique cars you don't often see in races. That's the nice thing about sim racing. You often see cars that might already be retired or very, very rarely used. This is definitely one of them.
AOR team come from Georgia. All 3 drivers are really active drivers on WorldSimSeries, and they are definitely very fast. We've just seen the finished Ring Freaks Endurance Championship, Ring Freaks GT3 Championship, and all the 3 drivers were present there. That's Javakishvili, who is behind the wheel now, Nika Kobosnidze and Jibgashvili sharing this one car. So it's nice to see the teams representing their countries. We've got loads of teams that are that are sharing the car by one nationality, drivers from one country. Makes it some like a sort of an racing Olympics event, where nationalities, countries battle for the highest places.
For these guys, they've done a lot of these GT3 races, so they're very knowledgeable about the cars, but I would say it's probably a bit of a surprise to how low they are in the standings. Obviously they're running second in class, but from this team, maybe I would have expected even more. And the NDK team, these drivers aren't so known to me, at least. They've been putting in an impressive performance. Out on track. They've been quick. They haven't made any major mistakes. This is going to be difficult for that Porsche, but gets through the kink. For the LMP2s, it's another important overtaking spot. You need to get past the kink. If you have to stay behind through the kink, you've got big issues because you're just getting properly stuck. The GT3s are definitely much slower through the kink, even if it's flat out for both of them. Of the ex-leaders of GT3, they led for a very long time at the start. The first 2 hours were in front by over 20 seconds when the first driver change happened. And from that point on, this car only went backwards. It's come back to a more respectable position. Courtesy of some other cars making mistakes as well. That's to be expected, but this car have behind the wheels Bardella behind the wheel. He's another one of the quick guys in that car. Rega was the one who started it and then led the field.
And they can match the pace of the current leaders. They were leading the race. Bardella is also enjoying the race. Had some sort of an issue on the last lap. Lost almost 6 seconds to the leading IRT car. Maybe that's something to do with the traffic. They are an M car, third in class. So still looking for a podium finish. And again, they were faster with a 1:44.3. Good pace by this BMW, just lost out too much. This is an M team, so you could expect you could expect mistakes. Fourth place in the Pro-Am class, Daron's Sim Racer. One of the more popular choices for the Daytona event, the Audi R8 GT3 car, which is also yet another car that is not racing in real series anymore. But we have the privilege of looking at it in the virtual races, which to my opinion is one of the most beautiful GT3 cars that you could see.
No, I disagree with you on that one. I never liked the look of the Nissan.
I'm speaking about Audi, this one.
Oh, okay.
That's Audi R8 GT3. I don't like the looks of Nissan either. Of course, taste has no friends, but well, this is only my opinion, but I definitely like how this Audi looks.
You may be partial here. I don't think you have a very objective opinion. So, but I agree, the Audi does look nice, and it's being phased out of competition, seeing less and less of these at the highest levels of GT racing. I'm sure it will continue in the lower ladders of that, but Audi pulling out of their customer racing operations. The new Lamborghini Temerario coming in this year. That car, I believe, expected to debut at... I think it's debuting at Daytona. I think its debut will come at Sebring for the 12 hours. That car has its own developmental struggles. Be interesting to see the Huracan getting replaced. Obviously, the Huracan and the R8, almost the same car, same platform, same engine. Some slight aero chassis differences. Drive through for cutting for Latvian junior locomotives.
This is car 38, and well, they have more issues. They are on the limit of being disqualified, I think, due to the warning numbers that they have received throughout this race, so they have to be cautious. They are the junior team, so they, well, one can say that they are still learning, but they have to be cautious if they want to finish in this one. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go, serving their drive-through penalty. Then we have another team. I think that's an LMP2 car. Iconics. They did great at some stage. They are now down in 12th place in the LMP2 class. They have also received plenty of warnings, and they are also on the edge of being disqualified. By the way, we had a 50-50 field at the beginning of the race. We had 22 LMP2s and 23 GT3s. We now have 17 LMP2s and 15 GT3s.
Yeah.
18 actually, 18 LMP2s.
Well, I'm looking at the screen, yeah. This is... Yeah, we lost 4 cars to being disqualified. That's pretty new. Don't often see that. 4 DQs and well, possibly another one incoming. International racing team comes into the pits. Remember yesterday we learned that this car actually changes, the bottom LEDs change depending on who is behind the wheel. And actually it looks like the paint is also fluorescent, so it glows in the dark.
Well, the red color definitely is. Looks beautiful. That's definitely suited for the endurance racing when you have the races happening in the dark, when it's lit by the artificial lightning. It looks phenomenal.
Looks good, and it's been driving good as well. Completes the pit stop and stays in the lead. For them, it's now risk management. That's the important thing. Manage your risk.
Well, Crisinani is still behind the wheel. I think you can be very relaxed when Crisinani is driving this car. He's not only fast, he's also quite stable, doesn't seem to be doing many mistakes. Of course, they come here and there, but they are not too big.
It's nothing really to be too surprised about. In a 24-hour race, you make some small ones. Remember, yesterday we saw that car spinning around, and losing about 12 seconds, and they were so quick throughout that stint that pretty much they made all of that back, and maybe even more, sometimes running consistently a second or more quicker per lap. And they've continued that pace. Crisinani has been exceptional this race so far. They've actually run pretty similar stint lengths. 250 laps for Nani, 249 for Malakauskas, and 198 for Silverio. And interestingly, Malakauskas, even though he's run a lap less, he's actually run for a longer time than Nani, by about 30 seconds. So Nani, over his whole race, has been about 2 minutes quicker than Malakauskas in 250 laps. And remember, it's the same car. It's not like you're running a different car, it's the exact same car.
Don't forget that Malakauskas started the race and we had that slow formation
Oh,
lap.
right, yep, that the formation lap counts, yep.
Malakauskas had an issue. He had an accident. I think he had a crash where he had to go straight into the pit lane, but that was in the Le Mans chicane, and he didn't lose too much.
Probably similarly paced, these guys, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, quite similar, I'm sure. Well, Chrissy Nani is definitely slightly faster, but I wouldn't call it a huge difference in speed.
See, I think Silverio coming into the car next. That would be the 12th long stop of the race, so 2 more long stops. Those don't have to be driver changes. You could keep the same driver in. We saw Dream to Drive do that. Oh, speaking of Dream to Drive, fastest lap of the race. I'm guessing approaching the pit stop soon.
Nice lap by Domantas Kniva. Just one.
But I think that's been the big difference, that these cars, Sean Clark Racing and Dream to Drive, have been able to run those fast laps once, and International Racing Team have been able to run those super fast laps way more. They've been more consistently running those quick laps, and that's important. That is for sure important in these races. How consistently fast can you go?
Yeah, maybe that has something to do with the setups, because, well, I remember Edvin Stradakis was driving the car, and the outlaps, the first laps when coming out of the pit lane, were slower, and then towards the end, when the car got lighter, the driver got constantly faster, while the International Racing Team, it seems that whenever they enter the track, it is fast straight away. The first fast laps after the pit stop are, well, definitely there.
It could just be that the car, that the setup makes the tires work much more quickly.
Another 35 lap from Kniva. He's gaining on Grisinani. The bad news for them is they are 3 minutes behind. Not only, well, about 3 minutes behind. Not only those 33 seconds that we see on the track right now. They will have that long stop. They need to finish. Oh, and Kniva, the speed of Kniva brings him in a spin, almost 2 360s, and you gain half a second per lap, 1 second per lap, 3/10 per lap. You do one spin and you brush all that off. That's about 7 seconds lost for Domantas Kniva, and that's how fast that can change.
Yep, that's the problem. You try to go quick, and then you start making these mistakes. That's something that that International, well, it hasn't been able to avoid it fully, because we've obviously seen them make those mistakes as well.
Yeah, frustration. First it was the joy of the pace, then it's the frustration of the mistakes. He didn't lose too much, it's about 6 seconds. Even a little bit less, so nothing too much, but when you gain half of a second per lap, that's 10 laps in total, so just say a 10 lap worth mistake. And I think Grissinani will also start driving faster. And again, actually, we should not be comparing Dream to Drive to IRT car. They are in a battle with Sean Clark Racing, actually. And this is the car that they are battling with for P2 in the LMP2 Pro class. And they should avoid those spins because Dream to Drive was behind Sean Clark Racing before the pit stops. And Mendes is now behind the wheel of the Sean Clark Racing car. Mendes equally fast as his teammates. Neirola is the fastest driver in the team. Mendes is second fastest, Lesko third fastest, and Simon Speth is fourth fastest in this team. But maybe Lesko did drive in different conditions. He did 172 laps, Neirola did 254 laps, Mendes did 135 and Speth 138.
There's a name missing on that team
yes.
that we often see, but maybe that could have been what pushed them into the lead. Jan Nims, obviously, but we don't often see him drive prototypes, so maybe that's why we don't see him in this race. But he's been a dominant force on World Sim Series. We see him less often now, but still, well, we have good memories of him. I think his competitors have pretty bad memories of that guy. Because every time he was on track, you knew this guy would have the speed to do something really, really special. Let's see if we see a return from him. I think he was there for the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yeah, he was. In the GT4 class? No, he was in the GT3 class, I believe.
Oh, GT4, I think we saw Sean Clark Racing.
Oh, maybe GT4. We had so many races.
And they, I remember they were disqualified because of speeding in the pit lane. They were fighting the Restec car. Restec, a team we often see more in the ACC races.
Battle for P2 in the Pro-Am class, Nordoker versus SGS, same strategy for the long stop count, and less than 1 second difference between SGS and Nordoker. SGS doing mistakes in the background, similar to what we've seen with the Latvian Locomotives car yesterday. As soon as they got closer to their rivals, they started making mistakes, and it looks like SGS also is kind of on a same boat. They are faster than Nordoker, just a tiny bit. Well, not for the last 2 laps, they were faster for a couple of laps before. Gricke-Vegier drive through for cutting. Plenty of penalties.
They've collected all the penalties they can in the last hour and a half or so. Before that, it was a pretty clean race from them, but this morning it's well, it's been really a difficult one. Just keep losing time, and every time hemorrhage and hemorrhage time, it just becomes more and more difficult for the rest of the race. Since obviously they wanted to fight for the win, now that fight for even second position is becoming more and more difficult. Board with that Porsche. Now the only Porsche remaining out on track. Oh, what happened there? The driver's neck break?
I think the driver is tired. The driver is tired. In the meantime, Dream to Drive doing a long stop.
Rest his neck.
Yeah,
he needs an exorcism, I think, this drive, because things are happening here. That's maybe why they're getting so many penalties. He's been possessed, and his neck is going crazy as well. So maybe there's a WorldSimSeries priest we can call.
We
That
should.
could be a premium feature on WorldSimSeries, a priest to an exorcism if you're having issues like neck turning in the middle of the corner and getting a lot of penalties.
There goes the penalty. SGS still chasing down. Oh, that might be an overtake. Nordoker just made a mistake. Nice time to switch the cameras as we go in some sort of a racing action, side by side up the bank part of the corner, going around the outside. SGS had a very bad exit from the Le Mans chicane. A small contact between the cars. That's going to be
try and come back. They're going to try and come back, but I think SGS might just be able to box them in. Actually, no, it's actually worse for SGS as they take a spin. They got to the back of the Audi. I thought they would get held up. Actually, the other car would get held up. But with the Audi being on the apex, it turned out worse for SGS. And I think that spin was probably more a result of desperation than actual overspeed that would normally be there. Probably wanted to get past the Audi somehow because they saw what kind of issue they have being boxed in, and well, that ship has sailed for them. And all of the good work they did, over 8 seconds lost. A difficult comeback.
They will try to come back as Dream to Drive is coming back to the racetrack. That's Mendel is behind the wheel. Well, he'll be the driver who will make a lot of laps here in this race. He already done 180 laps. Kniva did 190, but Kniva got out of the car. Mendel has got in, and he'll definitely surpass the completed laps made on this racetrack in this event. They are about 80 seconds or so behind Sean Clark Racing, but I believe Sean Clark Racing will be heading into the pits for a short stop. Mendes behind the wheel will figure out the gap at that time. 4 hours to go. So still plenty of time for the teams to think of something better. The most things that they need to do is avoid mistakes. It's that simple. Just try to not run into spins or even worse, crashes.
Spins, crashes lose you a lot of time, and then when you try and make back that time, it sometimes is even worse. You make even bigger mistakes.
love that you can see the delta on the screen of the driver while driving on board. That's Mendes doing some exorcism tricks with the steering wheel. Some drivers do the exorcism with their necks, the others do something strange with the wheels. He's on a very fast lap by the looks of it. His fastest lap time 1 minute 35.7. He's very close to the lap time at this stage, just a tiny bit slower. His last lap was his fastest lap time, I assume, 1:35.7. In this stint, during this stint, and he's looking at a 1:35.9 or so. Ooh, you can cut quite a lot of track there on the exit. Trying to get that slipstream, made a small mistake into the bus stop chicane. That's about a 1:36 now. Still a very decent time.
A little bit stuck behind that Audi. I think just didn't know what to do because it looked very confusing. Just seeing it even here, it looks strange. That Audi in front was doing.
And again, the dream to drive out of the pits is slower. 1:37.3. They have something done with the car that they need to bring up the temperature into the tires to gain trust in the car, I believe, and make it go faster. But 1:37s compared to the 1:35s and 36 lows that their rivals are doing is not enough. They will become faster eventually. Mendel is now behind the wheel. His fastest lap time in this race was a 1:35.9, and that's a 1:36.7, a bit better, but still slower than what most of their main rivals are doing.
Slower, and that's the chance for the second place, just stepping away. It's the difficulty for them here. They'd obviously love to get more and more forward.
Racing pit. It's gonna bring those two cars closer together, and that should be close, but not too close. It was about 15 or 20 seconds. It's gonna be a bit less now, I believe, but still not reachable with the hand. And
no, but that still gives an opportunity for Dream to drive. They're still in with a shot. They can still apply pressure here. That's another very important thing. They can still put pressure on that car. Sometimes pressure leads to mistakes. At least that's what they want to do here. saw from all of those leading cars, we've seen mistakes. They're not immune to those. Precisely what Dream to Drive. Well, maybe they'll even have the pace. Obviously, driver change for Sean Clark Racing as well. They took out Neirala, who's been their quickest driver by, by quite a bit. Obviously, the guy who qualified the car as well. Surprise to anybody that he's the quickest one on that team.
Losing about 65 seconds per regular pit stop. Nice clear track ahead of Matas Mendelis. 137.1 the last lap. Yep, it's not the fastest lap, definitely. He'll enjoy the clear track for a little bit longer, so has quite a nice chance to extract the pace of this LMP2 Pro car, the Lada P217. Sean Clark Racing team driver Mendes in a little bit of a traffic, and those the 2 laps gap behind the IRT is the real gap now, because all the cars are on par with the long stops, and I don't see a very easy solution how to eliminate that gap. On pure pace, it's I think it's impossible. Well, 36.4, a little bit better for Mendelis.
No, to the lead. I mean, on pure pace, the problem is to catch the leader, you'd have to somehow start driving quicker than him. And actually, the lead car has set its fastest lap of the race last time round, 35.330. That's still slower than the fastest lap of the race, which you might say, okay, everybody else has better pace. The problem is this car has been in the 35s way more often than everybody else. It would be fun to see, to have more statistics and see a lap time log. I'd like to export that lap time log and count how many times this car's been in the 35s compared to everybody else. I don't think the answer would be a surprise to anyone, but this one's definitely been so much more consistent. Obviously, the track is a little bit more open now, as quite a few cars have been parked up. Is that last lap? My timing screen isn't updating. Yep, another 35.5, while their competition, well, Sean Clark Racing crosses the line right now. We'll see what that time is soon. Dream to Drive is going to cross it any moment now as well. Sean Clark Racing maybe not that representative of a time, but anyway, Dream to Drive probably a bit more of a representative time, a second slower than in the International Racing Team car. But for Dream to Drive, they probably don't care about the lead anymore. But P2, they've gained 2 seconds last lap. Some issues for Sean Clark Racing, clearly. That is positive news for this one. Get closer and closer. Clearly, Mendes struggling at least a little bit here. This smells blood. Knows he has a car in front of him that if he can catch, can gain a lot of that he can catch and can gain quickly if he pushes that car into mistakes. This time round, we'll wait for my timing to update. 36.5. International Racing Team, 35.5. So still running a second quicker. Dream to Drive up the pace, 36.1.
So the tires started to work on this car. They are now chasing down Sean Clark Racing, 11-second gap. This is a real battle, no strategy involved here. So what you see is what you get with that gap. You could say same thing about the gap between IRT and both of these battling cars.
Well, an important point on this, though, is that Sean Clark Racing are running longer stints. I think that's a pretty important thing to mention. They are running longer stints, and that could be an advantage towards the end of the race. Maybe that's why Mendes just a little bit slower. What you see Neyrila is able to do and the pace he's able to extract while running to the fuel delta that he needs, maybe that's not something that Mendes can do right now. Just fine. Could give an opportunity for Dream to Drive to come back in this one. Drive, they are in a little bit of traffic, getting past the, that's the Mach 1 car, the GT3. And they've got an LMP2 that's running a very high line, I guess trying to let them go. Doesn't help them too much, actually. Well, lifts off so they can get the line, but I'm guessing this is going to be a little bit of a slower lap for Dream to Drive. Finally a lap that's a little bit slower from International Racing Team in the 36s.
Or they also have some pace, 36.1, so they can be fast occasionally. 36.2 for Dream to drive in the traffic, that's not too bad.
Yep, that's actually better than I expected on that lap. Shizuko's doing well, but obviously they have no chance at catching forward. The car behind them of Customs GTAC is a long stop ahead of them, so has done more long stops. The difference between the two cars is a lap and a bit, so should be very, very close. I think that's maybe why that push has come from Shizuko Racing. To be in the 36s. Fastest lap of the race, 35.4. They've they've never really challenged for a podium spot. They've always just been too far away. But they've had the pace to stay in the top 5.
IRT 36.4, but they are in traffic, as you can see on that map. Dream to Drive has a clear track. 35.9, this car does start to work in the hands of Matas Mendelis. 37.5 for Sean Clark Racing. That makes the gap less than 10 seconds between these two battling cars, so that's definitely game on for Dream to Drive. They want to get just a tiny bit slower, and remember that spin from Kniva, that would bring these cars about 3 seconds apart from each other. So that's what always matters in these situations.
Watching that Sean Clark Racing car, it's losing a little bit. I think in this part of the race we might even see a position switch.
Well, at least see these two cars a bit closer together.
The problem for Dream to Drive again is that fuel situation that they've got. If they catch up and pass, Sean Clark Racing still have an advantage. They'll have to fuel less. Depending on where that final stint falls in, might not have to fuel at all. Obviously still driver changes for these cars to do, or at least long stops to do. 3 more for both of them. I wouldn't be surprised at seeing a long stop that isn't a driver change. From that final hour onwards, or at least from the second to last pit stop, that's when you would expect everybody to have finished their long stops already. It's gonna become a more difficult race because they won't have the option to repair the car for free anymore. So we'll have to be a little bit more careful, most likely. The fog has gone away, luckily, for now. Hope to not see it again. It's almost 4:30 virtual time here in the morning.
IRT for their 12th long stop in the pits. Chris Inani is gonna get out of the car and hand it over to Silverio, we assume. He's the driver who drives the least in this race. Wow, Dream to Drive just shaved off more than 1.5 seconds of
Time, yeah.
of the time. It's now 7 seconds.
Leader making that 12th long stop. Miguel Silverio will jump into the car. He's done the least laps of them all so far. 271 for Nani, 249 for Malakauskas, and 198 so far from Silverio, but he'll get back in. Two more long stops to do, maybe 2 more driver changes. Could be back to Malakauskas and then back to Nani again for the finish, but for them it doesn't matter too much. Any of their drivers can keep the pace up enough to continue leading this race. The question then becomes for Sean Clark Racing and Dream to Drive, who do you put in the car to be the quickest? Wouldn't be surprised to see Neyrala back in. Actually, Neyrala and Mendes, in terms of fastest laps, are the 2 fastest drivers. Lesko is also close to that. Oh, and into the wall on the exit. Well, the GT3 came out all the way out and maybe was thinking to give space to the Sean Clark Racing car on the inside, but actually they decided to go to the outside. That was also an IRT car, but I don't think there's any malice in that. I think that was just that standard miscommunication. But mistakes creeping in again, and that's, well, for sure that's going to give some damage to the car. Don't know if it's going to be critical in any way, but it is still damage.
Oh wow, that was 2.2 seconds gained per that lap. 35.4 Mendeles lap time. Great conditions for...
This car smacked the wall, so it's definitely went slower. That's not the fastest way you go around, but yeah, Mendeles impressive lap time. Is he taking risks? He can.
I think he should. That's what he's doing. I'm pretty sure the driver is on nice pace. Come on, catching up. Seeing the gap go down gives extra motivation, extra concentration. I'm pretty sure about that. The game is on. Wonder how many laps there is left in the fuel tank. They don't do quite a lot of laps during one stint, about 21 or 22. When pushing, I think they do 21 laps. So he's...
The problem is Sean Clark Racing is doing 24. And, well, with Neyrala on board, they're not going slower doing that. So it's something, again, to keep in mind. Maybe Dream to Drive can find a way to extend their stints. Best thing they could do is probably find the international racing team, somehow catch up to them on track and try and sit behind them and get towed with them, but that car is quite far ahead, 40 seconds in front. I wouldn't be surprised that the next pit stop of Sean Clark Racing would be a long stop. Depending on how bad that damage is, they could burn one of their long stops. That is an option. I would then see Mendes going to... Well, actually, they have three long stops still to do. Be surprised if there was a Dream to Drive long stop in this one as well, as time's ticking down and the opportunities to make those long stops are going away. You don't want to have it in the final stop, you want to have it in your second to last stop. That would be the ideal situation here. LMP2 stints aren't equal. It isn't on the hour. It's about 40 minutes, 42, Almost went under the double yellow there. Does the system penalize you for making a move under the double yellow?
Not sure. I don't think so.
Normally that's not allowed. But I don't know if there's a penalty for that here.
Jean-Claude Racing car is up to the pace. Did 136 lows in the last lap, was still a bit slower than the lap time of the Dream to Drive car, which is on good pace here. 35.6. Shizuko into the pits. Just wondering if there will be enough time for Mendelis to catch up with Jean-Claude Racing before heading into the pit lane.
Stop coming though, that's another question. Soon.
Another 4/10 gained. Nice battle, about 3 hours and 15 minutes early. Would be nice if that's a battle at the end of the race. Catching up and hoping for the best. Still a battle.
Yep, and I mean, for sure, Dream to Drive are favorites probably to go past at the moment. They've had the pace. To be quick enough in this stint. That's an important distinction in this stint. The other stints, well, it's been ebbing and flowing between these two cars. I wouldn't be surprised if the final stints are Neyrala versus Kniva.
This is gonna be a huge difference in this lap. There is traffic. Mendes will also be stuck there. Mendes lost a bit of time when he caught up with those two battling GT3s.
I think he caught them in the
Whoa!
Le Mans chicane. Well, that was
through the middle.
Well, down the straight here, the GT3s kind of allowed it. They saw the car coming and they just opened up the gap in the middle. So those two fighting cars, and this has been very, very good. It's really gone the way of Dream to Drive. That piece of traffic, 38.0 and a 36.1, so another 2 seconds gained. Now it's going to be time for slipstream, and that's Shizuko, by the way, complete a long stop. And now just half a second back, but traffic, this is going to hold up Mendelis just that little bit. He's going to go to the outside and won't have the opportunity to overtake here, but remember, they've had incredible straight line speed, at least at the start of the race. I expect that to continue. Let's see how quick they are here. Maybe pretty similar. He's not in super duper close behind. Again, time gained through the Le Mans chicane. Driving the double yellow. Again, closing in. Gonna hit the rev limiter soon. 7 top speed.
3.5 hours to go. A battle on the racetrack for P2 in the LMP2 Pro Class. Dream to Drive versus Sean Clark. Mendes versus Mendelis. Nice M&M's fight on the track. I think now at this stage of the race it's pretty important to defend your position. If at the beginning of the race you had a faster driver approaching, it was definitely better to kind of bail out of it and stay out of the battle. This time, when it's well approaching towards the end of the race, I think Mendes will gonna try his best to defend the possible attacks from Matas Mendelis. Car is getting lighter for Sean Clark Racing, and with a clear track, I think he has a similar pace. Mendelis cutting off quite a lot of the chicane on that exit. Both cars receiving a bit of a slipstream from Mach 1 car. A GT3, that's going to be a very similar lap time. This time they crossed the line, 36.1 versus 36.1. So you can be faster on your own, but as soon as you gain on a car which is on a slower but a very similar pace, it's a different story. You lose that front and you have those better turn-ins into the corners. You need to brake just a tiny bit earlier to avoid the understeer. That makes the life of the driver a bit harder. He's used to pushing into the corners. He's not allowed to do that anymore because of that dirty ear. Not the best grip. Aerodynamics get disturbed, and the driver has to adapt. Doesn't want to lose that momentum too much, but if he gets stuck a bit too long behind Sean Clark, he might not be able to overtake him, and they might think something with the strategy. They should be heading into the pit lane earlier. After they make that pit stop, the Dream to Drive car becomes a bit slower. Was that a mistake from Mendes on the exit? I think he had a small wobble. That is. Mendelis has pace advantage now. Slipstream working and pulling towards the blue car. That's gonna be side by side. Again, low. Oh, that's Mendelis into the pits.
Yep, into the pits. Now, we'll see how late can the other car pit. This is a big question, how big the gap is from when one car pits to the other car pits.
Be a short stop for Mendelis. Both of these cars still have 3 long stops to complete, with 3 hours and 22 minutes on the clock. It was a short stop for Mendelis back on the racetrack. Now give a couple of laps for Mendes before he'll be heading over to the pit lane. Let's use that moment of calmness and see what's happening in the GT3 department. So Grickeveje down by 1 lap on NDK, 20 seconds up on AOR. All these 3 cars are GT3 Pro-Am cars. NDK have 12 long stops to their account. Grickeveje only 11. AOR also have 12 stops. Grickeveje are in not the best position here with the long stops. They still have to do 3 long stops. What? How does that count? GT3 has to do 3 long stops. And I'd say 3 long stops remain in this race for the GT3 car. So all the pit stops that they will do now from this moment on will be the long stops, no matter if they change the drivers or not. They have to do those long ones.
Yep, the question is when, because if they do it soon, they will still have a splash and dash final run to the flag.
IRT are also on, let's say, 11 long stops. It says 10, but they had an issue where 1 long stop was not calculated. So GT3 end out behind the IRT car, but once it seemed they are in a very good position. They made those mistakes. They received plenty of drive-throughs and even stop-and-go penalties, which put them further down the field, and now they are actually 3rd in the Pro-Am class, because the 18 seconds is not enough of a gap to hold on to the position when they will head into the pit lane for that long stop.
Yep, and they don't really have any pressure from behind after the AOR car. The next Pro-Am car is NLG Race. No, that is the next. Yeah, it is NLG Racing, and they're quite a ways back. So, and here they come, actually. So this will be a long stop. Well, should be a long stop. Anything else would be a mistake here. And the car gets stopped and it's removed from the track. See who takes over the wheel.
NDK, they should take over the lead after all the long stops. They are 24 seconds behind IRT and 1 long stop ahead. IRT are kind of getting back into the game. They're leading this race for quite some time now, but doing this because they did do a little bit less of long stops than their competition.
In the GT3 Pro battle, they're really far ahead. So that's not an issue for them in terms of GT3 Pro. It's only a question of the overall win, but I kind of see that out of their hands. They have to either find some magic pace or see the NDK car make a mistake.
What about the battle in the AM class? Hypernova car is down in P8. They were leading the M class. 13 long stops. Wow, they are on par with SRC with the long stops. So something did go out of hand for Hypernova car. They are 2nd in the M class. They are 8th overall in the GT3 class. How much time do they need to gain on the SRC? Quite a lot, about a minute. So that's 2/3 of a lap down on the SRC car. They had issues, I believe, because they were leading quite comfortably. They were in top 5 all the time, the Hypernova Audi. So that makes
I don't see a penalty for them. That's interesting. Would have expected to see a penalty for that time loss, but nothing, so maybe some other issues. Anyway, in that class, it is only 3 cars remaining. So wherever you finish on the podium. Good news for them is that they're all within 2 laps of each other. Actually, I think a lap within each other in that GT3 AM class. So considering that it's an AM class, so theoretically the least experienced drivers, more opportunities for mistakes and more opportunities to gain position. So I wouldn't crown the winner just yet in that class. In terms of Pro-Am in GT3, something would have to really go wrong for the NDK Taxivators, the Brazilian team. It would have to all fall apart. Sean Clark racing into the pits. We'll see if this is a long stop. Wow, this safety car has decided to park up in the middle of the pit lane. Maybe somebody moved it overnight.
It drove on its own. I wonder if Sean Clark Racing will do a long stop now with this one. Maybe not a driver change, but maybe a long stop, just to kind of sink out on the racetrack to avoid that on-track battle. Mendeles through Le Mans chicane. That would be tight if Sean Clark Racing does a short stop, a normal stop. We're within 1 second from each other. Well, they were actually side by side when Mendeles went into the pit lane. It is a long stop. It is a long stop. Yep. So, Sean Clark Racing doing that long stop here, which, to my opinion, is a good decision. Just to try and do your best without having that battle. I think there will be a driver's change because Mendes disconnected, so the question remains who will get into the car. Speth had the least amount of laps to this point, and Neirola had the most of them. I'm not sure if they will put Neirola into the car. It's a bit too early, so maybe Speth will jump or Lesko. Racing back, and that's Simon Speth into the car.
Interesting that they put him into the car. If you look at the fastest laps, lowest of the team. Interesting choice. To drive, considering that they did not do a long stop last time out. Time is now starting to run out. We start knocking them out, so the next one should come at about 2.5 to go. With about 150 and about an hour to go, so yep, they'll be on the edge, but should be fine. Depending on how long Sean Clark Racing can go, they might just be able to cut that final pit stop out. I think it will be tight. If they can cut a final pit stop out, that will be a massive advantage for them. Could be race defining, at least P2 on the podium defining. Here's the G29 team. Remember, started dead last in LMP2. Now lead LMP2 Pro-Am.
SGS have one long stop more to their account. They are 2 laps down though.
1.5, I think.
1.5, so that might be a close battle actually also in the Pro-Am class between a couple of teams, because Nordoker team is also not too far behind G29. They are on the same strategy. Both did 11 long stops. So a still battle shaping up in the Pro-Am class, in the Pro-Am category of the LMP class.
Those battles still ongoing. And another one of the categories where I wouldn't call the winner just yet. 6 cars still running in that class. Actually, it's Bravos Motorsport who lead. Would lead with all the long stops. They are, however, in a bit of a corner with only one long stop left. Not the end of the world, but that's fine. Team Blue Flag do only have one left. PDT are out of it. I don't see them coming back. But this is, to me, this is a 4-way fight, almost. I think Bravos would be my bet at the moment, but you can see things change. So 4-way fight for the lead pretty much in LMP2 Pro-Am. I'd say all of the cars in about a lap, maybe in a lap and a half sort of gap-ish. GT3 Pro is, barring anything really crazy, is wrapped up already. With IRT number 2. Pro-Am, GT3 Pro-Am, as we said, almost locked up as well. LMP2 Pro, I would say also. So it's really the battles in GT3 AM and LMP2 Pro-Am that we'll probably be watching all the way to the end. Obviously, LMP2 Pro, that battle for second place still going on. Customs GTAC are ahead of Shizuoka Racing by half a minute. That is the battle for 4th place. And they're on the exact same amount of long stops. Is the gap half a minute? Why does it say wait? Oh, it's coming down. Okay, so they'll cross the line soon and the gap should reset. Because that's what I saw on the timing screen. That will be the gap. Who's that overtaking them? Oh, that's Dream to Drive. So still a battle for P4 in LMP2 Pro and LMP2 overall. Look up from Shizuoka. The GTs, well, I don't think we have anything close out on track at the moment. Trying to see where we have the closest gap out on track. That is Darren's Sim Racer to SRC, 15 seconds, but that's a GT3 Pro versus GT3 AM battle. Sort of less of a battle, more of a just bragging rights question. Who was that gaining? I was looking at the timing screen and saw that we had a comparison. but I didn't see who exactly that was.
Darrens versus DSR.
Right, custom GTAC down into the pits. This is, however, an LMP2 car. That's going to be a change for the battle for fourth.
Oh, International Racing Team.
LMP2 Pro.
That's the
for
leaders.
What?
From race direction, just to drive through from race direction.
2 warnings.
2 warnings.
I don't think they're too worried about this. Probably don't want to get many more. Actually, I think they'll have one more drive-through in this race. That's my bet. Because they're on 29 incidents, and you said 30 is a drive-through, right?
Yep, it's not a big of a deal for IRT car.
So they'll get another drive-through, I think, soon. I can't see them avoiding another incident in the next 3 hours. Maybe they can, but even if they do get it, it's still fine. They've created enough of a buffer for them over the night. Now, since we're in a bit of a more calm situation in this race, let's have a look at the incidents. Who has the most and who has the least? 17 for Sean Clark Racing, 17 for Custom GTAC, 16 for Mid-Lap Crisis, and of the running cars, nobody has less. So good job to them. Now, most incidents. Let's have a look. For the lead battle, Dream to Drive have been naughty so far. 39 incidents. Drive-through taken and back out onto the track. So Dream to Drive, 39 incidents. Shizuoka Racing, 48. Oh, and Shizuoka drive-through penalty for them. They've just gotten a drive-through penalty. That's what I see on the WorldSimSeries timing page. 2 warnings. So this throws a bit more issues into their charge for the LMP2 Pro, because Customs GTAC came out of their pit stop 4 seconds behind. They're going to go back up into P4. Those 2 cars on the exact same amount of long stops. So advantage back to Customs GTAC. Right, incidents. Who else do we have? Highest in LMP2 is the Steer team, 66 incidents and running 17th overall. And oh, somebody just fly off the track.
That's
yep,
Crackton
Racing. Crackton Racing have only 20 incidents, so actually a pretty clean run from them. Most incidents, 83 for Team Mami Corsa.
Oh, wow.
83 incidents, but actually 0 penalties. That's interesting. Oh no, now they've loaded. Okay, it's fine, they've loaded. No, they've had a lot of penalties. Okay, yep. No, because it just wasn't loading, so I was very confused. I thought, really? This team, the most incidents, has not had a single penalty? No, they've had a lot of penalties. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Oh, Bravos Motorsports, stop and go 30 seconds penalty from race direction. Penalties are kicking in. Race direction having fun now. Handling out those penalties. 6 warnings. So 2 warnings, a drive-through, 4 warnings, stop and go 10 seconds, 6 warnings, stop and go 30 seconds.
8 is DQ.
8 is DQ, right. And you've got warnings for contacts. And the last one was a contact with IRT number 4 for Bravos Motorsports, and Bravos Motorsports were the ones that were to blame.
In the battle for most incident points, though, Latvian junior locomotives are quite close to Team Mami Corsa. 78 for Latvian junior locomotives. They run 6th and 7th in GT3 Pro Am, and they actually run. Let me see, 32nd and 33rd for overall, and 78 incidents. So they could still catch up. It's 78 to 83. I don't know. Maybe they're well. I'm sure race direction wouldn't like it to be there to be a prize for most incidents, but maybe me and Murinas can figure out a commentator's prize for most. We can show the team. We can give them a little bit of airtime. Let's see Team Mami Corsa out on track, please.
Oh,
our current
right.
leaders in the they are 14th. There we go. So our current leaders in the race to the most incident points, they've still got a shot at making it 100 to the end of the race.
That's interesting.
They've had so many incidents, their onboard camera is smashed. It just doesn't work anymore. They've destroyed the evidence because they've been having too many incidents. They've decided to smash the camera. That's a good solution. Really, it doesn't work. Wow. maybe they're not collecting any more incidents. But in the race for that, this is your leader with the most incident points. Latvian junior locomotive sits second. And third place, let me see here. I see a 68. Yep, so 68. That is by Nordoaker GT Endurance. They're on 68, and they've overtaken everybody that has retired as well. So that's still a battle going on. I'd say 68 is going to be difficult to catch up to the lead, probably, of 83, but still doable with enough talent. So, Team Mami Corsa leads our unofficial incident point standings. And we'll catch up to that a little bit later on in the race, coming to the flag, but IRT finishes another pit stop, and they'll still come out in the lead of LMP2 and in the lead overall. So we can have a run through the standings. It's 5 a.m. local virtual time here at Daytona with, how long do we have left in this race? It's 3 hours. Yep, 3 hours to go. So our final stretch of the race, it's International Racing Team ahead of Dream to Drive and Sean Clark Racing. Custom GTAC coming 4th and 5th for Shizuoka Racing. Now, class leaders, LMP2 Pro-Am, G29 team, ahead of Nordoaker, ahead of SGS, ahead of Team Blue Flag, ahead of Bravos Motorsport. Actually, Bravos Motorsport have completed all of their long stops. Gotta try and go to the end, I guess, because if they can, they'll take the lead, most likely, in LMP2 Pro-Am. Battle to watch out for, definitely. GT3 Pro, it's IRT number 2, ahead of Darren Simracer and IRT number 4. NDK Tax Evaders lead GT3 overall and lead GT3 Pro-Am, ahead of AOR Racing Team and Griku Vijay by OBS Simulatore, still in a battle with AOR Racing Team maybe, and NLG Racing, well, no, they haven't, they're off by the long stop, so still a battle for second maybe. GT3 AM, it's SRC Racing, Hypernova Racing, and Velociraptor Racing Team. SRC ahead by 2 laps of Hypernova, and same, actually by 1 lap, but same amount of long pit stops. Still a chance to change in that class. We'll be taking a break. We'll be back in an hour's time to take you through the last 2 hours of this year's 24 Hours of Daytona on World Sim Series. See you then. Welcome back to Daytona for the final 2-hour sprint to the finish for the WorldSimSeries 24 Hours of Daytona. International Racing Team still lead now by 3 laps, but they still owe us 2 long pit stops. And then comes Dream to Drive and Sean Clark Racing, who have dropped off Dream to Drive, and they're now a lap behind. Custom GTAC come in 4th and 5th for Shizuoka Racing. LMP2 Pro-Am led by Nordoaker Endurance Team, and right behind them is the G29 team with SGS in P3. GT3 Pro still led by IRT number 2 ahead of Darren Simracer and IRT number 4. GT3 Pro-Am, it's NDK Tax Evaders ahead of AOR Racing Team and Griku Vijay by OBS Natre, and GT3 AM is SRC, Hypernova, and Velociraptor Racing Team. Top 3s in the categories, and the big battle now is, well, G29 has lost time.
Maybe something to there's something maybe with the traffic.
So no,
Actually,
I think
Nordoker are
Nord-
faster, so maybe
Yeah,
there
but I
was...
think they got in front. Oh, maybe that's why they're faster. Big spin. This is heading down to the Western Horseshoe. That was a strange one as well. Strange place to have a spin. That puts Nordoker up to the front a bit more easily. Still, though, there's the question mark of Bravo's Motorsport. They've completed all of their long stops, and they might run to the end. They're 4 laps behind the lead in the class, but the first 2 in the class have not completed their, still owe us 2 long stops to the finish, so still possibilities for Bravo's Motorsport to find their way back. See if they can manage to do that.
They are currently 12th overall, dealing with traffic. That's GT3 and Bravo's Motorsport. Let's try and find a comparison of lap times. So Nordoker was losing out to Bravos. So these teams have similar pace, with the Bravos being slightly faster, or being able to be slightly faster, and as soon as those long stops will be taken care of, we will see the real situation, and that's going to be definitely a closer battle on the racetrack, as it is at this moment. They are far apart, but they are actually closer to each other. What about Dream to Drive and IRT? So they are separated by 2 laps, but Dream to Drive have 1 long mandatory pit stop more, so that's gonna bring them a little bit closer to the IRT car. Not close enough, I assume, to get involved in a battle for position on the racetrack, but that's gonna bring them into the same lap at least. And the fog is getting very thick now. Let's ride on board with the Dream to Drive car to have a better look at the fog, and that definitely creates a slightly more difficult situation for the drivers. That might matter for the final hours of the race. A very slow LMP2 Pro car. That's 6 Racing. You have to be very cautious. You have to kind of know that there might be cars that are slower on the racetrack. Now, Sean Clark Racing, they are now down to P3, 1 lap behind Dream to Drive. I have seen them receiving a drive-through penalty for cutting, but I don't think that's enough for a gap like this. They were much closer, in a much closer battle with the Dream to Drive car. So maybe they had even more issues than that 1 single drive-through penalty. Customs GTAC into the pits. Might be the short stop. Silverio behind the IRT car now. And, well, they will have to do 2 long pit stops. We don't have the information when they'll stop, but that might not be enough. If they'll stop soon enough, they would have another pit stop of a splash and dash. So as soon as we'll get those couple of pit stops out of the way, we'll be able to figure out the final strategy for the final hour. It's still a little bit less than 2 hours still at the end of this race. Bravo's Motorsports, they are out of the game now because they have just completed the 15th long pit stop. And they just received a 155-second penalty for swap time. I wonder why those penalties are so different. Sometimes you get 35 seconds penalty, sometimes you get a 175 seconds. Now we've got
I guess that's how much you understopped by.
Interesting, because they were already done with those long pit stops, but maybe if you do a swap, you still are forced to do a long stop.
You're still forced to do the long stop. That's the issue here. Guess they thought that the driver that was in couldn't get it to the end. That's gonna lose them their opportunity.
Yep. That's the price you pay for doing those long stops a little bit too early, and they definitely did those long stops too early. And, well, now they are in a big trouble. It looked like they were able to battle it out for P1 in their class. It's not the case anymore. They are definitely out of that battle with issues like these, and they will drop down drastically. They're gonna lose plenty of time, so they'll just be looking at a finish of this 24 hours event, and we'll try to figure out what went wrong to have that information for the next races they might attend to. With mistakes like this, how thick this fog is. Look at that.
You can't really see anything. That's going to make it more difficult in traffic. Luckily for the IRT car, they are enough ahead that they don't need to take crazy risks.
I mean,
ahead,
you have the telemetry in AC. You can see how far away from you is a car, so you have to be cautious. You have to look at those numbers because you don't have clear vision, so that still helps a bit for the drivers having useful information, but they have to be cautious though still.
Yeah, for sure. Still have to be careful. Still have to think what's going on. But for this car, it's as calm as could be in a situation like this.
Well, thinking about real life, if we would have conditions like these on a real racetrack, I think that's a double yellow situation.
It's a red. It's just a red flag normally for this, because the medical helicopter probably not take off in fog as thick as this. So the race would just be stopped until this fog would clear. Fixed to the scenario that I see. But here in the sim, we let them race.
Cold tires? What's that going into the pit lane? Okay, that was maybe a weaving to say hi. Oh, safety cars are back into their positions, not in the middle of the car of the pit entry anymore, but the position that the safety car was at, it was actually like a place forcing the drivers to use the fast lane of the pit lane. Now they can enter the pit lane in the middle, which is also not according to the rules, if that would be a real track.
They now have the, who's that penalty?
That's taken. That's Bravo's Motorsport, that 155 seconds penalty taken. It's
very thick fog, and especially since it is dark, it makes makes it just that more difficult, because you have to have your lights on anyway. And that just makes visibility even worse.
IRT making
Can't,
that long stop.
can't see anything.
I mean,
Can't see anything down the straight.
even hard to pinpoint your braking point. You have to do that, well, kind of muscle memory. You still see a chunk of the track, but it's a bit more difficult than it would be without that fog. It's usually, it doesn't matter usually at Daytona whether it's day or nighttime. It has loads of artificial lighting, so the drivers have clear vision no matter what time of day it is. But with this fog, it's definitely way more difficult for the drivers to judge the entry points and the braking points. After racing for almost 23 hours, most of them still feel comfortable with the driving. It's more dangerous with the traffic. If you have a car if you have a car stationary in the middle of a corner, that's what makes it so difficult. Basically no time to react left for the drivers if they don't pay attention to the delta, the intervals between themselves and their rivals. And as soon as Dream to Drive will cross that line, they will get within one lap with the IRT car. That's still not gonna be enough. IRT already moving down the pit lane, so they are less than one lap down, but with 1 hour and 40 minutes of time on the clock, it's still not enough to make that a battle. Sean Clark Racing also heading into the pit lane. And I think Dream to Drive will, or maybe should be going into the pit lane, though it's hard to tell without the data, so it's just a guesswork. Oh, young driver, only 8 long pits out of 14.
That is, they'll be surprised at what they have to do now, because that is not great for them.
And this is a GT3 Pro car. I think the classes are kind of shuffled out.
Actually, they, I think they have just now recently rejoined the race.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's.
Because
oh, yeah,
they've only done 354 laps, so that's why they don't have the long stops that everybody else does.
Yeah, good point. They are 430 laps down on the lead car of this race, and they are about 420 laps behind NDK tax evaders.
They'll have, well, they have to complete it, I guess, if they don't want to get disqualified at the finish. That's probably what they'll just do.
Yeah, they're still down by so much, so they can just go in every lap and leave just one long pit stop to their account. Team Blue Flag also done with the long pit stops. LMP2 Pro car.
So now is really the time you can get them done. For the lead group, it's only one remaining. And I'm guessing that will be the next pit stop. Well, Certainly has to be. Because after that, we're going to be running all the way to the checkered, or at least it will only be a splash and dash. But,
connection issues? Connection issues for Jean-Claude Racing. Wow.
Yep. Just disappeared.
It was Mendes behind the wheel.
That car is gone from the track.
I love how the cars act when they have connection issues. Coming all over the track. A very interesting position the car was at while it was moaning the grass.
So for Jean-Claude Racing, well, they'll serve, I guess, their final long stop, and they should be fine. And Neyrala connects, so I'm guessing that should be their final long stop now being completed. Should stay ahead of Customs GT quite comfortably still. So, but that's any real chance of still taking P2 gone.
Yeah, so basically no real battles in the lead group here in this race in the LMP2 Pro class. We still have to figure out the LMP2 Pro M class. It was kind of close, but with the Bravos Motorsports now out of the sight with that battle, we are left with Nordoker, the G29 and SGS cars. I think it's between Nordoker and G29 for the win in the LMP2 Pro class.
It should only be now those cars. Drive. Well, they're the same lap, but it's going to be a long shot to actually get forward and try and battle for the lead. They need a bit of luck here. Not completely out of the question, but yeah, they need a pretty good run of luck here in these final few. In the final 2 hours. That would be the case. Still stationary. Obviously, it calculates the time to tow the car back to the pit lane.
I would like to know if that's the case. I think they might lose one lap, but looking at the time, they are stationary for 3 minutes. No, this was well, after the reconnect, they stayed stationary for 3 minutes. So I wonder how the system, well, they disconnected, they reconnected, stayed stationary for 3 minutes, so I think they lost that lap where the disconnect happened, but they didn't have to stay stationary longer. There was no extra added time for towing back the car to the track, to the pits. It took 3 minutes, so I wonder how this works and how much did they lose? One or
maybe
two laps.
Maybe it's towing the car backwards.
Well,
so,
maybe. Yep.
You start on the same lap again. But that rules this car out of any real shot to go up. 14 out of 14 long stops completed. That's done for them.
Yep.
this car, well, I don't really think it's going to be in a battle. It's close, but it still has one more long stop remaining. So we need a little bit of a miracle. Obviously, we've seen that it's possible to have issues, but I would really need a real miracle here. Trying to be on the podium. Now, Pro-Am. Look, in terms of long stops, Team Blue Flag has completed all of theirs. G29 still owes us one, as does SGS. And Nordoiker still owes us two. That's going to be an issue for them. They're going to lose some time there. They're 2 laps ahead of the G29 team. They'll lose a little bit extra in the pit stops because they'll have to do long stops both times. Let's see. Keeping an eye out for that one. IRT number 2 and GT3 Pro has just one more long stop to go, but they've got such a big gap that it really won't make a big difference. GT3 Pro-Am, AOR Racing Team has gone to the lead, but they still owe us a long stop, and the gap's only 12 seconds to NDK Taxivators behind. So that is not really a battle. Now, GT3 AM. SRC have completed all of their long stops. Hypernova have one more to go. The gap is about just a bit more than a lap and a half. This could still be a battle. Or no, it's
Nope,
actually smaller. No, I guess it's resetting now, the gap. It's actually less than a lap, so SRC look to be going in front in GT3M.
I think Hypernova had issues because they were definitely higher in the GT3 field as well than they are now. They also didn't avoid issues.
Then SRC, by the way, the team that took pole position in GT3 overall, and being an AM car, that's a pretty impressive feat.
Dream to Drive seems to be losing quite a lot of time. What's happening here? They lost 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds on the last lap. And I think they've lost even more here because yep, there are issues. Something happened with the Dream to Drive car. They lost 9 seconds in the course of 2 laps. Because I see that IRT are right on their tail now on the racetrack. There they are. It's just a couple of seconds on the track. It's gonna be a battle. If SGS just received a drive-through penalty. If that's what I read. Yep. Third in the Pro-Am class of LMP2. Server penalty, something from the server.
They're actually 5th in Pro-Am. Oh no, I'm looking at qualifying, sorry. 3rd. Does that change anything for them? No. No, it doesn't really change anything. They'll stay ahead of Team Blue Flag anyway. Just be a little bit closer.
So Dream to Drive pits a bit too early. They will have a splash and dash towards the end of the race. But what happened with this car, what the team say, they didn't find the correct way. So either Taurus fell asleep behind the wheel, but due to the fog, they took the wrong turn. Whatever you would like to imagine that, but they went the wrong route somewhere and lost plenty of time.
Actually, I'm not sure if they'll need a splash. If they can save just a little bit of fuel, I think they might be able to run to the end. That could be their final ace up their sleeve if they want to try and do something against International Racing Team. Because if they have to make that extra stop, then obviously no chance, but maybe still something to think about for them. Obviously have to avoid those mistakes like they made in the last lap. National Racing Team following another LMP2. That's going to help them both in terms of pace and straight line speed. In terms of straight line speed and fuel consumption. It's also an important thing for them, but I don't remember when they last pitted, so maybe they'll be fine. The drive, they did a short stop, didn't they? Yes. One more long stop incoming for both of these cars. This driver able to extend that final stint somehow. They can. I think that's an opportunity to get back into it, but yep, again, need to find some pace, because I'm going to guess Chrissy Nani will be the next one into that International Racing Team car. Remember how quick he was just a few hours ago. Absolutely flying.
Drivers complaining about visibility. And we've seen Dream to Drive make that. Well, we didn't see Dream to Drive make that mistake, but I mean, drivers are tired already, and well, the lack of the sight, it's definitely making the driving more difficult.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's becoming a pretty big issue if drivers are starting to miss where to go. I did hear that it's possible to actually, for the drivers, they can actually turn the fog off. That might be what some of the teams are doing to get rid of this issue. And if you do get rid of this issue, then you've got a very, very big advantage here. Traffic.
This is the Pro LMP2 Pro-Am class leader, Major Hoffer behind the wheel of the Nord Oker car, but they still have 2 long stops to complete. While G29 team have only 1 long stop remaining. Racing already done all the long stops. So G29 2 laps behind Nord Oker. Well, that maybe 1.5 lap. That's not 2 full laps. So that It still should put those two cars quite close to each other.
No, that's over 2 laps for Nordoker, but no.
Is it? No, it's
Oh,
about
we
2
don't know.
laps, I believe.
We are... No, it's over 2 laps. I'm looking at the timing screen.
Oh yeah.
It's 2 point something.
Oh yeah, that's a lot. So Nordoker find themselves in a very comfortable position, and they are pretty fast now on the racetrack. Wow! In 4 laps, they gained 6 seconds. Even more. That's not 6 seconds. That's almost 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Maybe
And that
maybe the GT29 car is on some sort of a fuel-saving strategy, a big fuel-saving strategy. They have SGS behind them.
unless they plan to get rid of that strategy very soon, this will be an issue. They're not gonna be able to make up that gap of actually anybody that pits now will be fine. They can run to the end. So I wouldn't think that they are looking at that kind of a strategy.
If they pit now, they will still have to do one pit stop, but they will not need to do that splash and dash later before the end of this race.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody that pits between now and 40 minutes into the 40 minutes ago will have to do one full stop, but no splash. Question is, can Dream to Drive pull it out without a splash? They have one more long stop, so that's gonna eat up a little bit of race time. That could be the opportunity for them.
Yep, IRT also have one long stop, but they stopped earlier, so that's definitely not gonna be enough for them to finish off this race with 2 stops.
The opportunity here for Dream to Drive. It's the benefit you get with saving a lot of fuel. The pit stop's going to cost you, I think, at least 30 seconds. A drive-through we saw is about 20. You're obviously still moving, but you need to stop and then go after fueling up even a little bit. That costs you a lot of time. You're better off saving some fuel. If that doesn't cost you 30 seconds to save enough fuel, then it's worth it. And normally, that also means you're taking a little bit less risk, so it can also be a safer option.
Sean Clark Racing did 5,538 pit stops, and they are still third.
Ow.
I wonder how far in the distance would they be if they completed 35 or 36 pit stops.
Would have finished already. Actually, that means they've made more pit stops than they've completed laps. Interesting. I don't know.
Quite a bit more. Quite a bit.
Yeah, about 4 times more. I'm very interested how they did that. But yeah, that's pretty funny how the system is calculating it. Sun's coming up. Get a little bit more light.
Yeah, I think it's more of the fog coming down. Remember, at the start of the race, it was about 8 a.m. and it was dark, but I think it was that heavy fog. I think it's going away slightly now. That's why we are...
It wasn't fully dark at the start, so it wasn't that bad. There was definitely some light, and even qualifying, you saw There was a little bit of light that you could see, but yeah, it was definitely the fog. The fog has gone down a little bit.
Dream to Drive, another 6 seconds lost on lap 798. Were they lost again on the racetrack? Wow, issues continue. The driver must be very tired.
I don't think there's enough fog now to get lost.
Yep. So where did they lose those 6 seconds again? That's 142.8 of a lap time for the Dream to Drive car. Looks like they are okay with P2 here, doing those mistakes, and Daytona strikes again. I don't see a possibility for them to win in this race. Losing too much, simply too much on this final stint.
Yep, they'd have to find some kind of magic here for this final hour and 20 minutes, but the time is running out. That's the problem for them. If they still had 6 or 8 or 10 hours to go, they could maybe figure out a way to do this when you've got only an hour 20 to go. It's going to be a tall task to do anything.
Back into the GT3 class, IRT number 2 still in the lead. It shows that they own two pit stops, 2 long pit stops, but that's actually only one. They had that issue where one pit was not included, and they have that now. So they will make only one long pit stop, and that puts them on the same situation with AOR Racing. NDK Tax Evaders, they have completed all long pit stops and they are within the same lap, so still safe in the lead. What about Griky Veget? They are down, they still have one long pit stop to do, so the car that was doing good is not doing so good anymore. Hypernova sitting in the lead of the M class now. They have to do one long stop, and that's not going to help them because SRC have already completed all the long stops. So SRC looking to snatch that win. The car in the M class, the car that took pole position overall in the GT3 class, that's very close from that LMP2 car. They wanted a little bit more of that track on the outside to have a good exit on the straight. They have the pace, it's 137.2 for the last lap, it's not too bad. They are 13th overall, 5th in the LMP2 Pro M class, and they have completed 15 long mandatory pit stops. That's one more than they actually need.
Yep, that's what ruined it for them, and not only that extra long pit stop, but then they got a penalty for having too short of a long pit stop, and that's really put them in a big hole here. SRC, the Audi, 6th place overall, and I think that's the, well, not the leader right now, but would be leader NDK in front of them. Car we think is going to take victory here if all goes well. But again, we've seen issues come about for many of the teams. Side of one of the other Audis. It's a good overspeed when you can actually overtake someone around the outside on the banking. It's normally reserved for traffic, not same class traffic. And now, actually, they're catching up, I think, to the Nissan in front. At least staying in a very similar gap.
That's the NDK taxi evaders.
That's the overall race leader once all the long pit stops are taken into account. Well, overall GT3 race leader. And no, actually SRC was losing time. Even though that, remember, is the pole sitting car in GT3 overall, the SRC machine.
But the Nissan is definitely going slow. The SRC car is catching up with it. But, well, it was losing time in the previous 4 laps. By the looks of it, it's catching up now.
Could just be maybe part of strategy, could be fuel saving.
Yep, they have to kind of hold out for at least 10 minutes on the racetrack. Well, roughly for 10 minutes. Maybe they know that they need to save that fuel. Maybe that's what's happening here. No, maybe even longer. Yep, because they have already completed those long stops.
Yeah, but the GT3s can run an hour quite easily, and I think even a little bit longer, so maybe they're just trying to entertain themselves, because even if they have to make that extra stop, that's not really going to change much in terms of the rest of their race.
No, it was actually a very good lap. So at the beginning of the,
Maybe
well, on the infield it looked like they are losing time, but
yeah, could just be that's the way the car is. The Nissan could just be a car that's not that great in the infield, but when you open it up on the oval, that's where the real lap time comes. And that's a pretty good thing to have a lot of the time, because you then have a car which is making up its lap time where you don't need to push too hard, and you can make easy overtakes as well. Maybe it's a smart choice, this kind of car, especially if the straight line speed difference is very, very big.
Customs GT into the pits. That's gonna be a long stop, and that's gonna still be a little bit too early. IRT car should be heading into the pit lane shortly. Oh, well, maybe not shortly. Oh, right, that's drivers are tired. I'm also a little bit tired. Oh, look, the IRT car, it had red lights beneath it when Nani was driving, but didn't it have that stripe which is yellow now? Wasn't it red?
Oh yeah, the stripe changed as well. I thought they said only the bottom LEDs changed, but the stripe has changed as well on the car.
In the meantime, Shizuko just did the fastest lap time of the race. Melnichenko behind the wheel found extra pace. A little bit too late in the race though, but they show that they have pace also. Where was it? Where was it earlier? They are fourth, which is still a good result.
Nordoker.
That's Nordoker.
The LMP2 Nordoker.
I think so, yep. It was the 13th 13th out of 14 long stops for the Nordoker team.
So they'll have one more. That's not great for them. It's going to lose them some time in that final pit stop.
Yep, but G29 have also one long stop to their account. SGS have completed all the long stops, but they are a little bit too far behind.
Depends, I guess, when they stop. Because if the next long stop is now, that will be fine. Or at least any time before 40 minutes or so into the race. 40 minutes or so remaining in the race.
Wow. How precise the drivers are. Losing 69 hundredths of a second on lap 803, then gaining 69 hundredths of a second on lap 804 for Dream to Drive. So 2 equal lap times for the leaders.
It's good for them to not lose more time, but...
Maybe that was actually glitch in the... in the laps, because Dream to Drive just crossed the line and all the nice stats have gone away. IRT lost a little bit of time here on lap 805. Behind the wheel of the Sean Clark Racing to finish off this race, and he'll be the driver of the team who will complete the most laps in his team, and by quite a margin. The next driver who completed most laps is Mendes. So Mendes completed 190 laps. I think he will not get back in the car anymore. While Nerola already has 271 laps, so that's 81 laps more, and he still has 1 hour and 7 minutes to stay on the track.
If he's the fastest one of the team, that does make quite a lot of sense to keep going.
Hard-working guy. IRT into the pits with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go. That should be a long stop. That should be the last long stop for the team, and there's not gonna be a driver's change. It doesn't look so. I think if you want to make that driver change, you have to do that at the beginning of the pit lane. Or is it gonna be the short one?
That would be crazy.
Yeah, because the last one would be a very short one, just a splash and dash, no tire change, just adding a bit of fuel to have a short stop as possible. G29 have completed their last long stop. It's the car that is battling for the win in the Pro-Am class. Nope, that's a short one. That's a short pit stop. They will have a long stop towards the end of the race, which, if Dream to Drive understands, they will definitely do that long stop with their next entry into the pit lane.
They have to somehow make it on fuel. Dream to Drive have to try and do that.
I don't think they are saving fuel, because they're pretty fast. Well,
you
maybe
can be
saving
fast and
a bit.
save fuel. You can be fast and save fuel. We saw that from Nerola. If they can avoid that final splash, this would really tilt a lot of things in their favor here. Next pit stop from IRT will have to be on one. another big bit of time lost. Very surprised at this.
Speechless. I can hear you are speechless and
Yeah,
trying to figure out what's
I'm trying to
with that.
figure out why would you do that?
Yeah.
The only reason I can think of is that if you have an accident in this final hour, you can still repair it at the final stop. But this really puts you in the firing line here. So a pit stop, it's a full pit stop. I really don't get it here. So Dream to Drive will gain back a bit of time. It's going to put them on the same lap. It's not going to be a big gap. It's going to be close enough to where any slight mistake might still tilt the race in their favor. I really don't know why you would make a call like that.
We'll figure this out. Well, they are still in the lead. They definitely have that opportunity. They are one lap ahead of Dream to Drive. On normal conditions, Dream to Drive lost out a bit with those mistakes in this or the previous stint. So the IRT are still comfortably in the lead. That wouldn't change a lot. So maybe they have the privilege to kind of decide and make those decisions. Whoa! That's a very slow-moving LMP2 Customs GT AC car.
That's more slow than you would expect from somebody running in fourth right now in the race.
Do they have issues?
But they move out of the way. Maybe they were just trying to be nice and move out of the way and actually caused more issues.
Yeah, because they have the pace. Their fastest lap time is 1 minute 35.7, which was set by Rivas. No, that's Ribeiro. That's Polonia now behind the wheel. Well, looked interesting. Definitely cost some time for the Dream to Drive car, and they don't want to lose any time.
By the way, Sean Clark Racing, they actually had game crashes that wasn't just disconnects, it was the sim crashing. So that's why they've had a few of those. I think they've had 2 of them throughout the race.
I think the new custom shaders patch has something to do with it, because I've recently also experienced these weird crashes where you just simply get well, the game crashes instantly with no explanation. I think that has something to do with the newest custom shaders patch on some systems. But that's just my guess. Into turn 1 again, greeted by company. And
this one was actually not as bad as what happened with
bad.
the LMP2. At least this one was more predictable. I think the other one probably caught out Thoras by surprise.
Yeah, this one was a normal traffic situation. It's just that again into turn 1, the driver had to brake a little bit more than he would have liked to, or he could. And oh, actually, that's IRT in front of Thoras.
Yep, it is. So he could have a chance of getting that lap back.
And he's faster a bit. IRT is on those fresh tires. That's Gustas Malakauskas behind the wheel. So the tires are a little bit colder. And he'll get up to pace, definitely, the IRT car. And they will go close to each other until the Dream to Drive car heads over to the pit lane. And that's gonna be very tight with whether they will have 1 or 2 stops remaining in this race for the Dream to Drive car. So should be heading into the pit lane in 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit sooner.
They can make it 15 minutes. I think they can make it to the end.
Yeah, if they
But
can make
it
it.
doesn't look like Toras is saving fuel. There's no lift off before braking. And looks like he's even locking up.
They're just pushing.
If they don't make it on fuel, then they really have no chance to catch up here. I would be surprised if they didn't think of trying something like that. I mean, they knew where they would be coming to the end of the race for quite a long time. I mean, you calculate back from the end. Would have known for at least 3 or 4 hours. We could have known earlier. I guess from the last non-scheduled stop, you would have known where you would be in terms of the race end. I can't imagine that they haven't been able to save up enough throughout all of this time. And that might be the kicker here, if that's how they lose any shot at winning this race. Be a big stab. Almost fell asleep. Did Toras out there on the straight. Like a very quick motion on the wheel.
35.9. Both cars are going very fast. 36.1 for IRT, 35.9 for Toras. Jean-Claude Racing did a pit stop, I believe. It's a 44.8.
I mean, for IRT, if they think they can bait Dream to Drive into pushing more, it's a good option. Now, we do have a very interesting third car here in this train, because it's 1, 2, and 3, all in line. They're obviously separated by a number of laps, but this could be... The question is how much fuel is in the car and how much can you still save. If he could get behind the Sean Clark Racing car, he could save a lot. And we know the Sean Clark Racing car has been super fuel efficient today. They've been running 2 or 3 laps longer than Dream to Drive.
Yep, and that's Neirola behind the wheel, so definitely
quick. He was very quick, and he's been very quick whilst saving fuel. That's an option here. I mean, you'd give up, what, about 2 seconds here?
Yep, that's about 2 seconds. He's on fresh tires, though. His first laps will be slightly, well, should be slightly slower. We'll figure that out.
Sure, but actually, his driving looks a little bit cleaner. I don't know, if I was in that Dream to Drive car, maybe I let this one through and get behind it, use the slipstream. These guys have been quick, especially with Neirola behind the wheel. I don't see the point of trying to catch up to IRT here. I don't think there's that big of a pace differential. Could gain 5 seconds maybe catching up. If you avoid that pit stop, you gain about 30, maybe more.
All 3 cars will be running on that main straight. That's where Toras lost a bit of time, and that's what he's doing. He just... Is he listening? He just did what you were suggesting.
I don't think that was on purpose, though. And he actually, he got super close to the GT3 on entry. He's got to stay behind here. Nope, he's choosing the other option.
Wow, 35.8 for Sean Clark Racing. You don't need to battle him now because that's gonna be definitely more time lost than...
That's a faster car actually in front now.
Yep.
So if he can get behind and stay behind, get help from slipstream. Chance, but has to, and actually I think if he follows Sean Clark Racing through, he might just be able to catch up to International Racing Team as well.
Well, Malkauskas is definitely quite fast here, 36.0 compared to 35.86 to the lap of Sean Clark Racing. I don't think they will be able to catch up with Gustas unless he makes a mistake, which I don't think is gonna happen.
The gap's small, and definitely Neirola's been very, very quick. Where the opportunity is, it's now important for Taniela to stay behind though and not lose sight of the car in front of him. And nope, he goes down into the pits. So yeah, that is well, essentially race over for Dream to Drive.
Yep, they will have that same splash and dash situation.
They'll gain back a little bit on it, but that will not be enough. They'll still be about, well, even more than a minute behind. So they'll have to hope for a mistake by International Racing Team. But we spoke about fuel saving from the first stint of the race. If they would have saved fuel, maybe we would have had a battle to the end. Clearly, that's not going to happen here.
International Racing Team definitely pushing. They are very fast on the racetrack also. 35.9, 36.0. That's a long stop definitely for Dream to Drive. The last long stop, and they will have a splash and dash situation. IRT will also have to do that long stop a little bit later.
Yep, their window opens in about 10 minutes time. They probably push it a little bit.
I think there's gonna be a driver's change also.
They could have thought about an underfuel for this stint for the IRT car. Could have been an option as well.
It was about 1 hour and 5 minutes, I believe, till the finish when they made their last stop. Something like that. So they have only one stop remaining, which might have been a short one. It's gonna be a long one. But the Dream to Drive will have to do another stop, so that's definitely game over.
Yep, they'll have to make a stop. It will just be for about 10 or so minutes of fuel. But just the fact of going down pit lane, it's going to lose them the race here.
Yep, so it looks like the strategy of the Dream to Drive did not work out, and it didn't look too great at the beginning of the race. Maybe the setup of the car, they were unable to extend those stints, and that's what counts at the end when you approach the last hour of the race, when you figure out the last stops that you need to do and you need to take. That's where you see how your strategy was, and it doesn't look so good now. One stop for IRT, another stop for Dream to Drive, even though it will be a short one. It's still gonna be one extra stop. Radekis behind the wheel of the Dream to Drive car. Radekis did a 1:36.0. Let's see if he'll be able to extract a little bit more speed. Maybe, though he got into the car when the conditions were already quite good for fast laps. So let's see if he'll be able to put in those faster lap times here. At the stage of the race when things definitely matter a lot. And there's G29 team behind them now. G29 down in P10. What's happening with them? They were in a battle for the win in the Pro-Am class. They're still in the battle for the win in the Pro-Am class. Okay. And they are overtaking, or well, at least looking to overtake the Dream to Drive car. Edvin Žadeikis into the car, needs to adapt, outbrakes himself a little bit. Yeah, well, driver distribution also is a question for me in the strategy of the Dream to Drive team. I mean, this is a 5 drivers team, but you always want to kind of put the fastest drivers when it matters the most, unless the drivers are unable to drive at certain times. But I mean, it doesn't look that they are very strong, in a very strong contention to win this race, the Dream to Drive car, but they still have at least a small chance. And you always try to kind of still stick to the faster strategy rather than any strategy. Well, of course, the Dream to Drive car is behaves a little bit more vague on cold tires. You need to bring the temperature up into the tires to get those fastest lap times in.
Maybe they felt also that Žadeikis is a safe pair of hands just to bring this one to the finish.
Maybe. Well, it's not bad. 1:36.4 for the first lap, even though he locked the brakes, so he definitely has speed. Maybe he was not driving in conditions like these. That's definitely very fast for the first out lap for this car, and he's pushing. Edvinas is definitely pushing. You can tell that by the smoke of the clouds of smoke coming from the tires. That's not good, because you can flat spot the tires, but that's an indicator that the driver, he definitely does the job. Well, he's still in the battle. Look at the lap times of Sean Clark Racing, though, 1:35.7. They're a little bit deeper into their stint, so tires are okay, and that car is lighter. But that's not looking too bad from Edvinas Žadeikis. International Racing Team. Well, I'd say in 3 minutes' time their pit window is definitely open. They will have to do that long stop. I think they will do the driver's change. That's a guess, of course. Gustas might stay in the car for the remainder of the hour.
How long has he been in? We can't track that down, can we? Don't think so. Depends how long this stint of his was, but I think they'll considering how they picked the strategy, I'm guessing they're pushing that final long stop as late as possible, just in case they need to repair the car. I probably wouldn't change the driver then. This has looked safe, has looked quick enough. Hasn't had the incredible pace of Nani, but nobody has. So that would be the only option, but here I don't think they really need to use it. Some more traffic. Now, anytime we might see a GT3 pit, that's definitely gonna run till the end. For the GT3s, Darren Sim Racer is still missing a long stop, but the gap between them and car behind, trying to check, is, yep, it's over 2 laps, so that won't have any effect here. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's also 2 laps and a bit gap. And Nordoiker still has to make a pit stop. GT3 Pro-Am. Don't see a change there either. GT3M, don't see a change there either. Do have a battle, or at least I guess expecting a battle for 4th place in LMP2M, with Bravos Motorsport and Team Blue Flag separated by 13 seconds out on track. Team Young Driver trying to get all of those long pit stops off. They have now completed 12. They've got 2 more to go. They won't go up a position, because it's 132 laps to Latvian Lightning locomotives. Actually, they will, because Latvian Lightning locomotives will be DQ'd, because they haven't completed the long stops. So actually, Young Driver, if they can get their long stops done, they would go up to P6 in GT3 Pro. It's not a huge difference, but still, it's like something to race for, because they came back into the race this morning.
Window open for the IRT car that is leading the race, 2 laps ahead of Dream to Drive. And they will come out in front, and they will not have to go into the pit lane anymore, which you couldn't say about the second placed car. They will need to still make that splash and dash. Žadeik is doing a nice job. Lost a little bit, well, a little bit more on lap 819, maybe a little bit of a traffic. Did okay on lap 820 and did pretty good on lap 821. Still, they are falling behind this car and not gaining on it. Racing still pretty close on the track to the IRT car. They will have to make another pit stop also, but that's also going to be a short one, and that will change nothing. The gaps are too huge now. Of these two cars is very great. Look at Giusinero within all 3 laps within 35.9. Filler Shop Racing 2 drive through for speeding, so still penalties coming in during the last hour of this 24 hours event, but nice lap times. Also for Gustas Malakauskas, he did a little bit worse on lap 816, but 2 laps are also very, very close on pace. These 2 cars are very fast now on the racetrack.
Everybody's using this newfound light out on track to set good lap times. We can go for an onboard lap with the Sean Clark racing car. Look at what's going on here. Now they get through all of this traffic.
35.7. IRT is still staying out on the racetrack. Oh, you have to lift. IRT is still staying out on the racetrack, and they will still have to do that long mandatory pit stop.
Yep, they'll still have to do that mandatory pit stop. Go through the kink. This is flat out in all of the cars that we have racing here. Down into second gear for the Western Horseshoe. Out a little bit of a bump there on the exit of that curve, and now you go back on to the banking. We saw all of the lead cars using this double yellow line. Looks like maybe it's giving them some extra speed. Go into the Le Mans chicane. Here through here, huge speed, 180 k's an hour. That bottom line with the wheel coming out of the wheel well. That looks very, very interesting. Staying low on the exit here. Don't need to go too wide. World Center of Racing. Big letters on the right-hand side, and back down into turn 1. There you go.
Nice early morning lap on Daytona International Raceway. Nice conditions. We had a lot of fog here during this event at some stages of the race, which caused confusion for some of the teams. We had mistakes due to that, but now the conditions are really ideal to finish off this event. Again, Juicy Nadal being stuck behind traffic, being forced to go a little bit slower. I'm pretty sure they would like to gain on the IRT car and make that pass, which would change nothing, but would be a nice accent to their race. One could imagine that there is no 4 laps difference here in this battle. Just enjoy the driving, create yourself a competitive environment. You can see the IRT car in the distance.
They're catching up. 6.3 once again.
Yeah, very similar pace. They lost a bit due to the traffic. They gained now a little bit due to the traffic. RT got stuck behind an LMP2 car. RT will lose a little bit more time within this lap, but it still doesn't matter. They did the best job during this whole race. They had issues, definitely, but it looks like they had less of those than any other competition. It's a shame that Sean Clark Racing was hit with these game crashes. They definitely deserve to be out in front, out there, not being behind by 2 laps. Or 3 laps when the IRT will head over into the pit lane for that long stop. I think it's gonna be about... They're now 4 laps down. That should be about, well, 2.5.
Of the LMP2s that pit will run to the end now anyway. We have any other outs? So we know the outstanding stop for the international international racing team. 1 more long stop still to do for them. Noorderwijker, 1 more long stop still to do for them. RT number 2 are done because that's the glitch for them. Darren's Sim Racer still have 1 more long stop to do. Now they've really pushed it far, and that will be close, I think. We'll see if that changes anything in the battle for second in GT3 Pro. Team Mami Corsa still owe us a long stop, and 2 more long stops by Young Driver still owed by us.
Customs GT into the pit lane, that's the short stop. And the final stops are shaping up on this racetrack. Wow, that's G29 and IRT in traffic. Nice move by Gustas Malakauskas. He had to deal with 2 cars, one of the same class, one of the GT3 class, and did definitely well. 35.5 was the last lap of Sean Clark Racing. This one's gonna be a little bit slower due to that traffic. No, it's actually again 135.5, even though he had to deal slightly with the traffic. That's 0.8 faster than the lap time of the IRT car.
Sometimes, I guess, well, sometimes the traffic helps you if you're in a good place to catch them. At least it's not too slowing you down too much. Here in the infield, really, getting stuck behind the GT3 through one of the slow corners is not the worst thing, because you can really drive pretty much the same speed as the GT3 through the really slow stuff. Sometimes it maybe looks worse than it actually is out on track.
Catching up a little bit of a nice draft from that G29 team. And the G29 car is also pretty fast.
G29,
G10.
P10 overall. That's second place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Again, the car ahead of them still has to do is that IRT?
Yep.
Oh, it is IRT pitting.
That's gonna be a slow stop. Will we have a driver's change?
Be a long stop.
Gustas will stay in the car. He completed 292 laps, also the most amount of their team. SRC, GT3 car SRC, they were battling for the lead, I believe. They are in the lead of the M class. They received a drive-through penalty. They were on the same lap. With Hypernova. Yep, they are in the pits. Just looking at the IRT. This is Hypernova Racing. SRC are doing that drive-through penalty. That's gonna bring them closer together. And they should be on their final stints. Oh, but that's not too close actually. SRC back onto the track and Hypernova still through the Le Mans chicane. That's a long stop, definitely, for the IRT car. And that's the last stop for the IRT car, which still leaves us with the last stops of the Dream to Drive car and Sean Clark Racing car around the outside into turn 1. That's the Latvian Locomotives junior team. Oh, definitely lost time here. But nothing wrong that the Latvians did. They just drove their line, and the Dream to Drive was a bit unlucky to get into that situation. But it is what it is with traffic. You are basically unable to plan perfectly where you gain on that traffic, and then you just have to deal with it. Sean Clark Racing still doing those beautiful 35s. One of the best drivers on this grid, one could say. Jussi Neirola doing a fabulous job. While this car still needs to stay stationary.
The most impressive, probably together, I would say Chrissy Nani has been my driver of the race, but Neirola has been close to that. He's also put up some incredible lap times. Long pit complete, no penalty, and all the way to the checkered flag now for the International Racing Team, and they still keep it a lap ahead of Dream to Drive. Pretty much. Don't put it in the wall from now on, because Dream to Drive still have to make a splash and dash, so another 30 seconds or so will be lost by that car anyway. Really, it's in International Racing Team's hands. Auskas stayed behind the wheel. For the other two cars in the top three, there were driver changes in that final stop. Right, Noorderwijker completes their final long pit stop. And they are just about a lap ahead of the G29 team. Still holding on. And which one's the well, I think the Noorderwijker car is right in front. Oh.
Nope, it's up onto the back stretch.
It's a bigger gap than I imagined. I guess G29 just pitted. Because the tracking on the...
No, I don't think they pitted.
No, they were in this exact same position, just the tracking on the website is a little bit different. Yeah, that's really no chance now for G29 to do anything and to get forward. SGS, well, 50 seconds behind. They'd need G29 to implode here. So really, not seeing much here. Darren Simracer still running. Still only 13 pit stops completed, long stops completed. This is becoming interesting in GT3. How long will they go until their final long stop? GT3 AM, all long stops completed. Gap to the front in that class is 33 seconds. It's two Polish teams racing each other, SRC and Hypernova. Hypernova behind. Need to pull out something pretty crazy, but would be interesting to see the lap time difference to SRC up in front. How much are they gaining? Big gains on 2 laps there. Now another second gained. 32.5 is the gap that I have.
Interesting statistics, laps 775 and 776. You could say they entered the pit lane on 775th lap, but then they didn't lose the pit time. Was that they drive-through maybe? Did they do a drive-through recently?
SRC.
Yep, 7 minutes ago.
Yep, they had a drive-through. That pushed them back. Now, too bad we don't see when was the last pit stop. Anyway, Hypernova are running quicker. They need to find a little bit more pace. This wouldn't be enough to catch up. But they are running quicker, definitely. They've... I don't know if they've got a quicker driver in.
Nordoker Racing GT, 30 seconds stop and go penalty from race direction. But they are not sitting up in high places. They are 5th in the GT3 Pro-Am class.
Actually, in the race we watched, the closest probably race for the win we have on this track still is the win for most incident points in the race, and that is still led by Team Mami Corsa. But in the last couple of hours, Latvian junior locomotives have caught up. It's now 85 to Team Mami Corsa, 82 to Latvian junior locomotives. We'll see how that develops for the rest of this race, but caught up in these last couple of hours, definitely. GT3 AM is probably the closest lead battle proper that you get prizes for that we have, and that we haven't made up. We'll see if Hypernova, well, last lap round, 5/10 only was the gain. Classes I really can't find anything. Racing, still on the same lap as Customs GTAC.
Dream to Drive had a moment on lap 830. Jean-Claude Racing into the pits, the splash and dash. That's gonna be the same for the Dream to Drive car, and yeah, with 20 minutes on the clock, that's basically just bring that car home. Let's see how short of a pit stop this one is.
Too bad we can't see if the car goes up on the jacks for any tire change, but I think they'll do a tire change.
28, so that's about 15 seconds shorter than a regular pit stop.
I'll be interested to see if we have a little battle for the fastest lap of the race here towards the end. Right now held by Assetto Corsa Racing. They hold the fastest lap of the race, 1:35.168. That's a tenth slower than the pole position lap in qualifying. Dream to Drive hold the second fastest lap of 1:35.177. Maybe an opportunity for these guys who are pitting late, like Neyrila, like Shadik as well, maybe try and go for the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, why not?
Nothing to lose or gain. New tires will be bolted on. The game plan here.
So RT will win. If they win this race, I think they will win this race. I don't see anything happening for them. That's gonna be third Daytona win for them. Well, at 20, you said 23 and 24 was won by International Racing Team, wasn't it?
Let me have a look again.
Well, 24 definitely, you said, or was it Sean Clark Racing? Okay.
Sean Clark Racing was definitely very dominant here at Daytona, so I'll have a look. I can find it now. The 24 was Sean Clark Racing. 23 was Sean Clark Racing. 22 was Sean Clark Racing. And 25 was Sean Clark Racing. So, actually, overall, the only other team that has won was the 2022 event. That was Simutech Racing who won. Sean Clark Racing finished second. Now for IRT. Found a podium for them in 2024. Podium for them in 2025. Podium for them in 2023. And no podium in 2022, so this would be definitely the first win. And the first win for somebody other than Sean Clark Racing in 3 years. And that would also be the first time in 3 years that Simon Speff doesn't win the event. The rest of the lineup has changed. Mendez has 2 to his name. Neyrila has 2 as well. But they would miss a year sometimes. So, and Lesko. I see Lesko in 2 years also. So, all of them except for Speff have 2 Daytona wins to their name.
Oh, car of the track.
For the first time, this would be a change. One of the last running LMP2 cars, second to last running LMP2 car. So for IRT, this would be the first win, and this would dethrone Sean Clark Racing for the first time in a very, very long time here at Daytona. In GT3, this would be a new winner. That's something that was quite easy to predict anyway. I don't think we have had a repeat winner. Actually, AOR would have been a repeat winner, but that would have been from all the way back in 2022. Customs GT AC would be a repeat winner, but that's only the car running in LMP2 now. Maybe they should change the name to Customs LMP, AC. Yeah, so new winners in both of the classes. I think any of these drivers have actually even been part of the Sean Clark Racing lineup either, so would be new winners. Dream to Drive, well, they would equal their result from 2024. And if they continue to finish second, and we'd have the same podium as 2024, but flipped, because Sean Clark Racing won that year, and International Racing Team finished third with Dream to Drive in second. They complete their final pit stop. High fives by the pit crew, and away they go. I guess to try and get the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, Edvinas did
the traffic with Sean Clark Racing.
Yep, and Edvinas did a 35.8 in his stint, which is a very solid lap time, and let's see how he does with these new tires. Both of these cars now have new tires and are light on weight. So Sean Clark Racing also should be very fast on circuit now, but this is not how you get a although that might be a solution for you to get that fastest lap time. Get behind a very fast LMP2 car, use that draft, and well, maybe there will be a fast lap battle here. Neirola did a 35.8 on the last lap. Edvinas needs to warm up those tires, so he'll lose a little bit here.
This is good for Žadeikis. He might be able to try and get some slipstream from the car in front and try and do that fastest lap of the race if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, why not?
Nothing to lose, even if you get a drive through for corner cutting. Still be in front.
Let's ride on board with Edvinas Žadeikis, see how he'll be able to manage that understeer in the corners. While running behind another LMP2, so has to be a little bit more gentle with the braking.
Look at how different the lines are into the Rodriguez horseshoe. Very, very tight from Dream to Drive and much, much wider on entry from Sean Clark Racing. To the Western horseshoe they go again. To Drive much quicker on entry, and Sean Clark Racing looks better on exit.
Slightly different lines on the infield, which, well, Daytona offers you a couple of different lines, a couple of different approaches to the corners, and still lets you be quite fast. Now in the slipstream, for Edvinas Žadeikis, Neirola did a 36.2 the last lap. He completed. It was a bit with traffic in first couple of corners. Oh, that's why. That's where you feel the understeer hit you the most, I believe, through the Le Mans chicane. This is a very fast corner. You need a lot of downforce, and you have to be very precise with it. More toe, but I think the lap of Sean Clark Racing will be a little bit better here.
Looks quicker for them.
35.6 for Juicy Neirola, so both of the drivers definitely pushing. They need to bring those tires into the temperature window. Žadeikis was on his first fast lap after the pit stop, so that's still not when the tires work the best. This is a tight entry for Edvinas. Neirola looking for a nice exit. That's why the back end of the car gets loose a little bit for Edvinas for tightening up the entry into the corner. He tries to win and gain a bit of time with the tight line. Back end steps out a bit. That's not too much. Still a little bit slower than expected. Traffic comes into play. That's, I think, Latvian locomotives, is it?
That'll be fine.
That's fine. Those GT3s are very similar on pace in the middle of the corners, especially on the slow ones. It's a slightly slower lap for Edvin Ažadeikis. You can see the delta on his wheel. It's 3/10 down on that 35.8 lap. And looking at the delta, you can already identify how much of a draft was the previous lap. Over revving a bit the gears on gear changes. He did have draft here down this straight, but it looks like it goes better without the draft.
We've seen that the draft's only really effective when you're super close. He was close to the GT car, but only for a little bit. I think close enough to the LMP2 in front. Yeah, it's a completely different line.
Yeah, Edvinas makes that V-shaped style of a corner. This time the car sticks. Better exit, so still running around that 35.8, but this is 7/10 of the fastest lap time. Yep, it looks like the tires are finally in the temperature window.
But now Sean Clark Racing will have a very good slipstream. I wonder what the delta is on their dash, because it's 0-0. I don't know actually from when it's counting.
Yep.
But
if the fastest lap time of the stint, that should be around 35.6, I believe. Oh, that's a mistake.
Oh, big slide there. Catches it. Was trying to push for that fastest lap, I'm sure.
He will do that. He'll be behind Dream to Drive now using that slipstream.
And he'll be able to get a bit of a draft. Ažadeikis should improve.
Yep, that's a proper
watching
lap.
this as a qualifying session almost.
We'll figure out the delta. Oh, yep, the delta is compared with the fastest lap time of the stint for the driver, I assume. That's 35.7 and still doing better, nailing those corners. Ažadeikis starts to feel more comfortable now. Let's drive with Jussi Neitola. Oh, and we have only 7 minutes on the clock while we are focused on a battle for fastest lap times. At least some sort of entertainment in this race.
The GT3 AM battle is not going to happen. And interesting that you can see they're always using higher gears, it looks like, than the Dream to Drive car as well. A different line. Not slowing the car down as much, not trying to take such a sharp line. Ažadeikis will have a little bit of a draft. Maybe Neitola is just that little bit too far.
That's mid-lap rises in front of the Dream to Drive car. Oh, again, improvement. Now the nice slipstream. He'll have to go the high side. Using that slipstream, that might not be too bad, and we are getting closer. That's going to be about half of a second down of... Oh, this is a nice toe. This is a beautiful toe. That's going to be a good lap. 35.4. Yep.
4-1, but that's still 3/10 off what he would need to set the fastest lap of the race.
Ooh, that's close.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit held up here.
Yep.
He's lost 4/10 in this one, so this lap's not going to be an improvement. The only one that's not pushing is the IRT. Leading car.
They have 5 minutes of excitement, 5 minutes of joy laps for Gustas Malakauskas to take that win of a very nice special Daytona 24 hours event. We've had many competitors here, 3 divisions running live on WorldSimSeries platform. LMP2s though are only in the first division, but IRT are looking at an overall win. Made the least amount of mistakes, they had the least amount of crashes. Edwin Arzadek is almost having a crash now. Payback time at the same corner.
Again. Yep, Nairla's one was, I think, a little bit more scary.
It was.
But his one looked to the infield, so he would have gone to the grass anyway. Arzadek was looking into the wall. So position switch for that, well, not position switch, track position switch.
Arzadek said he sometimes has this issue with his wheel when he loses force feedback, something wrong with the hardware, and he said that sometimes there are places where he loses force feedback completely, so maybe something happened in the bus stop chicane regarding that. And when
it looked like he took the curb very differently to what he did previously.
Well, it looked like a driver's error, definitely, like a different line. Still a possibility of an issue with the hardware. The guys are still having fun on these last minutes. Nice to see that.
See if the international racing team has properly backed out of it. They're running in the 41s.
Oh!
Oh no.
You can park here, mister.
He gets around. He did well to wait, but he didn't just bury the throttle and cause a massive crash. Did well. This is the last running car in LMP2. The G29 team, sitting second in LMP2 Pro-Am. This is your leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, Nordoiker Racing Team. They came from a little bit behind to now lead this one. NDK Tax Evaders, they lead in GT3 overall and also lead GT3 Pro-Am, GT3 Pro leader. Might have a shot of them soon. Here we go, the IRT number 2 car. They lead GT3 Pro by 5 laps. And actually, Darren Simracer has still not completed a long stop. Maybe that's the same issue as IRT number 2 had. SRC lead in GT3 AM. Hypernova 1 minute and 17 back from them. SRC, remember, took pole for the race, had issues on lap 1, but have recovered and are going to take the win in their class unless something very crazy happens. Right, 2 to go for this one. Unless they really back out of it this lap.
No.
They could.
Oh yeah, they could back out if they want to finish off this race earlier, but I think when you're in the lead, having that nice rhythm flow of the racetrack, why not complete the full distance and not back out of anything?
Look. 2023. The race ran with the DPI cars, 856 laps completed. DPIs in 2022, 861. Last year it was LMP3. 2024 was 12 hours, so 844. That's going to be much lower, but obviously this is a P2 car. It's a little bit slower than a DPI. Also more long pits. 2023 event only had 10. And 2022 doesn't say. So, final lap of the race for the race leader, International Racing Team. They're going to complete 846 laps, and well, they had a roller coaster of a race, but they got back into the lead overnight and have extended their gap. Incredible performances by all of the drivers. Nani had those perfect stints almost, running low 35s or mid 35s the whole way through. And this is going to be a double win as well for International Racing Team. They're going to win LMP2 Pro and GT3 Pro, although not GT3 overall, which is weird to say. But the 2 Pro classes will go to the International Racing Team. And what a good weekend for them. What a good 24 hours for them. For the final time into the Le Mans chicane comes Gustas Malkauskas, and he comes out of the final turn, and well, unless he flies right off the banking, this will be the win. And well, they got it done in the end. They had the pace, they had the luck as well, and you need some luck to win a 24-hour race. International Racing Team by over a lap take the win. Gustas Malkauskas, Miguel Cerverio, and Chrissy Nani take the win in LMP2 Pro and LMP2 overall, and overall. Right, next one incoming should be GT3 Pro, I think. The winners in GT3 Pro, that would be IRT number 2.
That's really hard now.
Yep. And in P6. There, it shows them
there
in
they
P6,
are.
but this is the car that's going to win GT3 Pro, and Darren Sim Racing gets disqualified. That's what we thought. They had 13 long stops. This car will get disqualified, but will get reinstated back, and IRT number 2 win in GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro-Am, that's going to go to NDK Tax Evaders. They should cross the line soon. They're showing up in 11th spot in... Oh, now 12th spot in these standings. Here we go. GT3 overall winner as well. We didn't expect it to be a Nissan. We didn't expect it to be a Pro-Am car either. NDK Tax Evaders took the lead, well, early last night, and have not relinquished it since. Take the win in GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 overall. SRC, I think, have taken the flag already. They are the winners in GT3 Am. Nordoaker are still coming to the line. I wonder if we can have a look at them in LMP2 Pro-Am. Oh, they've already taken the flag. Yep, and that is your winner in LMP2 Pro-Am, 8th overall. And good result for them. That class had pretty much, I think, almost everybody lead, or at least half of the field in that class led at some point. The official results on WorldSimSeries will get adjusted, I know, because there were some issues with the long pit stops. But
Darren Sim Racing, they got reinstated. They received the penalty was changed to 120 seconds added to the race time. So maybe they had also some sort of an issue with how the system counted the stops. I can see that IRT number 2 is also disqualified, but that's gonna be definitely a change.
Actually, for Darren Sim Racer, those are 2 separate
that's
things.
separate penalties. Okay, so lots of penalties, but no penalties for this beautiful IRT Black Cat LMP2 Dallara car, which has won the 2026 Daytona 24 Hours event. What a race they had. They were first, they were second, they were third. At one point it seemed that everything got out of hand for that team, but they kept that foot on full throttle and managed to get it overnight, avoided further mistakes. preparing for a photo shoot. Definitely these two IRT cars. There are more IRT cars if they are still on the racetrack doing a nice photo shoot.
The number 4 that parked up next to them, and maybe they're still waiting for their other GT3 car, unless that's already back in the pits. But yep, IRT. The only other time we saw a win in 2 categories at Daytona by the same team, that was 2024. Obviously, we only had 2 classes then. It was only LMP2 and GT3, but GT3 was won by Sean Clark Racing and LMP2 won by Sean Clark Racing. So 2 years later, International Racing Team repeat the exact same thing. Wins in both of the categories. And yep, they have been the example. Results on your screen, but some of them will change still, just because of how some of the penalties will be removed. So again, International Racing Team Dream to Drive and Sean Clark Racing in LMP2 Pro. Nordiker G29 and SGS in LMP2 Pro Am. IRT number 2, we do know that DQ is going to get taken away. Darren Simracer, I don't know, but they finished 2nd, and IRT number 4 finished 3rd. We'll see how those results pan out after the post-race review. NDK Tax Evaders win in Pro-Am ahead of AOR Racing Team and Grykkevigier by OBS Simulatori, and GT3 Am, that's SRC, Hypernova, and Velociraptor in P3. That's what we have for the results of the 24 hours of Daytona here in 2026. You can follow WorldSimSeries on the socials, and you'll see when the next event is coming up, so you can sign up and participate as well. But from us, it's a thank you and have a nice rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.
Yep, and just a notification, this, January 14th, we'll have the final, the finals of the Conspit MX-5 Championship. So, as usual, lots of drama on the racetrack, and if you love sim racing, then join us then. You can find more information on the WorldSimSeries platform, and hats off to everyone who was involved with this event, especially for the hard job that Race Control has done throughout these 24 hours. One man's job. I don't know how long he'll sleep after this one. Okay, that's a wrap up, and see you in the near future.
WorldSimSeries presents Ultimate Endurance Challenge.